Imagine you are standing at the edge of a quiet lake at dusk. The surface of the water is still, yet the sky above it is full of colors constantly shifting and fading. Your mind is very much like that. Sky thoughts, memories, fears, hopes, all moving, all changing. The Buddha reminded us that happiness does not lie in what we own or how others see us, but in how we relate to these passing clouds of thought. When life feels heavy, when the world seems too loud and complicated, the way we look at our own mind becomes the most powerful refuge we have. This journey we are walking together is not about becoming someone different. It is about remembering the quiet clarity that has always been there beneath the turbulence. As we move through these 15 seeds of Buddhist wisdom, we are not collecting new rules to obey. We are slowly learning to sit more gently with ourselves, to look at our life with softer eyes. Each teaching is like a lantern on a long mountain path, not the destination itself, but a point of light that keeps us from stumbling in the dark. And like any path, it begins with something simple but not easy, the willingness to loosen our grip on pain. That is where forgiveness enters, not as a moral slogan, but as a deep act of inner freedom. Forgiveness in the Buddhist sense is not about pretending the wound never happened or forcing yourself to feel kindly before you are ready. It is about seeing clearly how clinging to anger burns you more than it harms the one you are angry with. Resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to fall. The Buddha taught that everything arises from causes and conditions. The harsh words, the betrayal, the careless actions that hurt us did not appear from nowhere. They came from fear, ignorance, and pain in the other person's heart, just as our own mistakes grow from our confusion. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it opens a small window for understanding. When we see that everyone, including ourselves, is stumbling through ignorance, our hatred begins to lose its sharpness. Picture a traveler walking through the desert, carrying a bag full of stones. Each stone is a grudge, a word that cut deeply, a promise broken, a moment of humiliation, replayed 100 times in the mind. The traveler complains about how heavy life feels, how exhausting every step has become, but refuses to open the bag. Forgiveness is simply the choice, one stone at a time, to loosen the fingers and let it fall. The desert does not suddenly turn into a garden, but the body becomes lighter, the breath easier. Buddhism invites you to realize that you are that traveler, and the bag is entirely in your hands. One of the gentlest ways to loosen this burden is through loving kindness meditation. You might sit quietly, close your eyes, and begin with yourself. May I be safe. May I be free from hatred. May I find peace. At first, it can feel awkward, even fake, especially if you are used to judging yourself. But as you repeat these phrases, you are watering a seed of goodwill in your own heart. When that seed has been watered, you expand the circle: a friend, a neutral person, someone you barely notice in daily life. Eventually, when you are ready, you bring into the circle the one who hurt you. You do not have to approve of what they did. You simply acknowledge their human frailty and whisper, "May you be free from the ignorance that caused this harm. May you awaken." This practice doesn't magically erase the past. It gradually dissolves the chains that keep you tied to it. Karma in Buddhism is not a cosmic system of punishment, but the simple truth that every thought, word, and action leaves a trace. When we rehearse anger again and again, our mind becomes a place where anger arises more easily. When we choose even briefly to touch compassion, the pathways of compassion grow stronger. Holding on to resentment is like continually carving a deep trench in the mind that everything eventually falls into. Forgiveness is the decision to stop digging. It is a turning of the heart that says, "This suffering ends with me." In that moment, you step out of an old story and open the possibility of a new one. It is important to remember that forgiveness does not mean you must stay in harmful situations or allow yourself to be mistreated. Buddhist compassion includes wisdom. Setting clear boundaries, walking away from abuse, and choosing relationships that nourish your growth are all expressions of self-respect. You can forgive someone, internally release the burning coal of hatred, while still deciding that their behavior is not something you will accept in your life. Letting go of vengeance does not mean letting go of discernment. Sometimes the hardest person to forgive is not someone out there, but the one who looks back from the mirror. We revisit our old choices and flinch, wishing we could rewrite entire chapters of our life. Buddhism reminds us that the self who made those choices is already gone. You are not the same person you were 5 years ago, or even yesterday. The body has changed, the mind has learned, the heart has been worn and softened by experience. To cling to guilt is to cling to a ghost. When you offer forgiveness to your past self, you are acknowledging that you too were operating from limited understanding, as everyone does. Instead of, "How could I have done that?" you begin to ask, "What was I needing then? What have I learned since?" From this place, remorse becomes a teacher rather than a prison. There may be wounds so deep that the word forgive feels like an insult to your pain. Buddhism does not ask you to rush or to force a feeling that is not ready to bloom. It invites you instead to turn toward your own suffering with tenderness, like a mother holding a crying child. Before you can release anger towards another, you may need to cradle the hurt inside yourself to say, "Yes, this was painful. Yes, I was frightened. Yes, that mattered." This honest acknowledgement is itself an act of compassion, and compassion is the soil in which forgiveness eventually takes root. Over time, as you practice, you may notice small shifts. The memory that once made your chest tighten now feels more like a distant echo. The person who once filled your thoughts begins to fade from the center of your inner world. You catch yourself wishing them well, or at least no longer wishing them harm. These are signs that the knot is loosening. Forgiveness rarely arrives as a grand dramatic moment. More often, it is a gradual softening, like ice turning to water, water turning to vapor, until one day you realize the weight is no longer there. In the Buddhist path, forgiveness is not an optional extra for good people. It is a medicine for the heart, a way of restoring our original capacity for kindness and clarity. When we release the tight fist of resentment, we discover that what remains is not weakness, but a quiet strength. The world may not change the past, will not rewrite itself, but our relationship to it can transform completely. The same life, the same memories now experienced through a heart that is less afraid and more spacious. As this first step settles in your awareness, you might gently ask yourself, if my hands are no longer clenching the old stones of anger, what do I want to carry instead? Where do I wish to direct my precious energy, my limited time, my brief human life? This question leads naturally to the next movement on our path, learning to live not by habit or fear, but by clear and conscious intention. There is a quiet moment that sometimes comes after a great storm. The branches are still dripping with rain. The sky is heavy with clouds, but the wild violence of the wind has passed. In that pause, there is a question that arises almost naturally. Now what? When we have put down some of the stones of resentment, when forgiveness has begun to loosen its hold on our chest, we are left with a strange spaciousness. The hands that once gripped anger are suddenly empty, and into that emptiness, life will always flow either as old habits repeating themselves or as something more conscious, more deliberate. This is where intention appears, like the steering wheel of a ship we didn't realize we were still holding. Most of the time we move through our days as if on automatic pilot. The alarm rings. We check our phone. We rush to work. We respond to messages. We chase small comforts in between countless small irritations. The mind is pulled from one thing to another, like a leaf in a restless stream. Buddhism invites us to step out of this current, even for a moment, and ask, for what am I living this day? What kind of human being am I becoming thought by thought, choice by choice? Living with intention does not mean designing a perfect life plan or controlling every outcome. It means remembering again and again what truly matters to you and allowing that remembrance to guide your actions. Imagine your life as a lantern-lit path through a dark forest. Without intention, you walk wherever your fear or desire pulls you toward the glow of approval, away from the shadows of discomfort. With intention, you raise your lantern higher and choose where to place your next step. The forest does not change, but your way of moving through it does. In Buddhist teaching, this lantern is made of 3 simple materials: your values, your awareness, and your courage. Your values are like the subtle fragrance of your heart, what feels deeply true and meaningful beneath all the noise. For some, it is kindness. For others, truthfulness, creativity, service, or inner peace. Often we think we don't know our values, but we do. We feel them whenever we say, "I shouldn't have spoken like that," or "that felt right," even if it was hard. Living with intention begins by gently listening to that inner compass. You might ask yourself, not as an academic exercise, but as a tender inquiry. When I am at my best, what qualities shine through me? What do I want my presence on this earth to leave behind in the hearts of others? You are not trying to impress anyone with the answer. You are simply turning toward your own truth. Awareness is the second material. It is what allows intention to be more than a nice idea. Without awareness, even the most beautiful values remain trapped in thought. Awareness is the moment when you catch yourself speaking harshly and realize in real time, this is not aligned with the compassion I say I value. It is the pause before you open a social media app for the 10th time when you feel the subtle emptiness underneath the impulse. In that pause, a door opens. Is this how I want to spend this moment of my precious life? You may still choose to scroll or speak sharply or avoid a difficult task. Buddhism does not demand perfection, but each time you pause and notice, you strengthen the muscle that can one day choose differently. The third material, courage, is often overlooked. It takes courage to live by intention, because intention will sometimes pull you against the currents of comfort and habit. If your intention is to be more gentle, you may have to step away from conversations that feed on cruelty. If your intention is to cultivate inner peace, you may have to say no to activities that keep you endlessly distracted. This can feel like swimming upstream in a river, where everyone else seems to be floating along comfortably. The Buddha never promised that the awakened life would be easy. He promised that it would be real, and that realness brings a joy far deeper than momentary pleasure. There is a simple practice you can bring into your day, the practice of setting a small intention. In the morning, before your mind fully puts on its armor, sit somewhere quietly, even if only for 3 breaths. Place a hand on your heart and ask, what quality of heart do I wish to bring into today? Perhaps it is patience or honesty or gentleness with yourself. Choose one. Then as you move through your day, return to that word like a soft bell. When you are in traffic, when your inbox is overflowing, when someone speaks to you in a way that stings silently, whisper your chosen quality as if you are dipping your reaction into its light. It is not about being perfectly patient or gentle. It is about remembering that you care. Intention also means recognizing the impermanence of each day. In Buddhist thought, we are reminded that life is uncertain, that death is not a distant event, but a quiet companion walking beside us. Rather than being morbid, this contemplation is meant to wake us up. If this were your last month, last week, last day, would you want to spend it lost in small irritations and mindless distractions? Or would you wish to live with a little more presence, to speak a little more truth, to love with a little less hesitation? Awareness of impermanence sharpens intention, the way cold air sharpens the senses. Of course, living with intention does not mean every moment will be luminous and noble. You will forget. You will get lost in old habits of reactivity. Some days will pass in a blur, and you might look back and think, I didn't live today the way I meant to. The Buddha's path is not a straight line of success. It is a cycle of forgetting and remembering, falling asleep and waking up again. Each time you notice you have drifted, you have already begun to return. You can simply say without condemnation, I was lost. Now I am here again. That gentle returning is itself an act of intention. There is another quiet dimension to intentional living, choosing what you allow to shape your mind. The people you spend time with, the media, you consume the words you repeat to yourself in silence. All of these are seeds. Some seeds grow forests of anxiety and comparison. Others grow gardens of clarity and kindness. Buddhism teaches that the mind is like fertile soil. Whatever you plant and water will eventually grow. Living with intention means asking often, what am I watering? When you choose a book that nourishes wisdom, or a conversation that deepens understanding, or a moment of silence instead of noise, you are planting seeds for the future state of your own heart. Over time, this way of living changes the texture of your days. You may still go to the same job, live in the same place, face the same external challenges, but the inner posture shifts. You are no longer merely being pushed and pulled by circumstances. You are quietly steering from within. You begin to feel that even the smallest actions, washing a cup, sending an email, listening fully to someone for 5 minutes, can become expressions of your deepest values. Life does not become perfect, it becomes intimate. And as your life becomes more intimate, more aligned with what your heart truly honors, another gentle question naturally emerges. If my choices can be guided from within, what do I wish to offer to others? How can this intentional life overflow in ways that bring light to those around me? From this question grows the next step on our path. The art of generosity, not just as giving things away, but as a way of being in the world. There is a truth we begin to notice once we live with clearer intention. The heart, when it opens, even a little, naturally wants to give. Not because giving is a rule, not because generosity makes us good, but because an uncluttered heart overflows on its own. In Buddhism, generosity is called dana, the first of the perfections, and it is not limited to gifts or charity. It is the willingness to let goodness flow through you in whatever form the moment calls for. To practice generosity is to understand that nothing we cling to remains with us anyway, and nothing we release is ever truly lost. It becomes part of the great movement of life. Imagine a mountain spring. It does not ask who deserves its water, or whether the one drinking will repay it. It simply flows, because that is its nature. When the heart is softened by forgiveness and illuminated by intention, it becomes like that spring, a source of nourishment, quiet and steady. But many of us hesitate. We think, what if I give and get nothing back? What if people take advantage of me? What if I don't have enough? These questions come from a mind conditioned by scarcity, a mind that believes giving drains us. Buddhism offers a different vision. Generosity is not a loss, but a widening. The more we give, the more spacious our heart becomes. There is a gentle paradox here. Some of the people who are the most generous have very little, while those with abundance can sometimes feel the most fearful of lack. Why? Because generosity is not about resources, it is about orientation. A person with little can still give warmth, attention, presence, a listening ear. A person with much can give without ever truly offering themselves. Generosity is the art of letting the heart stretch beyond its own edges. Consider a traveler arriving at a small village at sunset. He is hungry, dusty, exhausted. A woman living in a worn little house invites him in. She has only a pot of rice to share with her children, yet she offers him a bowl before anyone else eats. Her face is calm, not heroic, not sacrificial. She simply gives because kindness has become the rhythm of her being. When her children ask, "Why give our food to a stranger?" she smiles and replies, "Rice returns. Compassion returns. What we offer to the world finds its way back to us in 1,000 unseen forms." The story is simple, but the teaching is profound. Generosity is not measured by what we give, but by the freedom with which we give it. When we practice generosity, we begin to notice a softening inside. The tightness around our possessions, our time, even our opinions loosens. Things that once felt like burdens become opportunities. A difficult person becomes a chance to offer patience. A moment of conflict becomes a chance to offer understanding. Even silence becomes a kind of gift when we listen fully without preparing our reply. In this way, generosity ceases to be something we do and becomes something we are. One of the most transformative aspects of generosity in Buddhist teaching is its ability to interrupt the cycle of craving. Craving says, "If only I had more, I'd be happier." Generosity says, "What I already have is enough to share." Craving narrows the world. Generosity expands it. Craving contracts the heart. Generosity opens it. When we practice giving of time, attention, forgiveness, or material support, we directly challenge the illusion that happiness comes from accumulation. The Buddha taught that the more we cling, the more we suffer. Generosity is the practice of unclenching the fist. You might begin with something very small, offering a short moment of true presence to someone who seems overlooked, or acknowledging a person you usually rush past. Sometimes the most meaningful gift you can give is simply to see someone fully without judgment, without agenda. Human beings starve for this kind of recognition more than most of us realize. In offering presence, you are telling another soul, your existence matters. I am here with you. This too is dana. There is also generosity toward yourself, a concept many people forget. You cannot pour from an empty vessel, but you also do not need to wait until you are overflowing to begin offering kindness. The act of giving to yourself, rest, gentleness, space, forgiveness is not selfishness. It is maintenance of the very heart that enables you to love others. Buddhism teaches the middle way, not grasping, not withholding, but offering what is wholesome and needed. Self-kindness is generosity in its ripest form. For when you treat yourself with compassion, every relationship you touch becomes softer. One of the practices associated with generosity is reflecting on how interconnected we already are. The bread you eat was planted by one person, harvested by another, transported by others still. The clothes you wear were sewn by hands you will never meet. Even your breath is borrowed from the trees and oceans. When you begin to see life as a vast web of giving and receiving, generosity stops feeling like a heroic choice and becomes simply participating consciously in what has always been happening. Life gives to you continuously. Generosity is your way of giving back. This is why the Buddha described generosity as the gateway to joy, not excitement, not pleasure joy. A deep, stable warmth that arises when we live in a way that does not contradict our deeper truth. When you give from the heart, something inside you whispers, "This is how I was meant to live." The joy of generosity does not depend on the reaction of the receiver. It comes from the harmony created between your intention and your action. But generosity requires wisdom too. It does not mean allowing yourself to be depleted or exploited. True giving comes from a state of balance, not martyrdom. If someone demands more than you can offer without harming your own well-being, the generous act may actually be setting a boundary. Boundaries are also gifts, gifts of clarity, honesty, and respect, both for yourself and for the other. Generosity without wisdom can become self-erasure. Wisdom without generosity can become cold. The path is the integration of both. As you cultivate generosity, you might notice something unexpected. The more you give, the more you receive, not in a transactional way, but in the form of inner spaciousness. Giving clears the mind, the way wind clears a dusty window. You begin to see life differently, with less fear, less scarcity, and more trust in the natural abundance of existence. And as generosity ripens in your heart, another movement arises almost naturally, the desire to understand yourself more deeply. Because once you begin opening the heart outward, you must also look inward. Generosity without self-reflection can become blind. To give wisely, to love wisely, you must learn to know the currents within your own mind. From here, we step gently into the next teaching, the art and courage of looking inward, the quiet practice of self-reflection. There comes a moment on every inner journey when the path turns inward and silence becomes the greatest teacher. After practicing forgiveness, intention, and generosity, we begin to feel small openings inside quiet spaces where the mind is no longer consumed by old tension. And in those spaces, a new question arises. Who am I when I'm not reacting to the world? What is moving beneath the surface of my thoughts? This is the threshold of self-reflection, a practice the Buddha spoke of not as an intellectual exercise, but as the doorway to liberation. Self-reflection is not the same as self-judgment. It is not replaying mistakes or criticizing yourself for every flaw. Those habits only thicken the veil over the mind. Self-reflection in the Buddhist sense is like sitting beside a still pond and watching your own reflection ripple and settle. You do not try to change the water. You simply observe how it moves. With time, the surface becomes clearer, and you begin to see what lies beneath. Imagine carrying a lantern into a dimly lit room. At first, you see only shadows, outlines, shapes you cannot quite interpret. But as the lantern brightens, details emerge, objects hidden in corners, dust settled on shelves, forgotten items tucked away. Self-reflection is the lantern you carry into the hidden rooms of your own mind. It reveals the patterns that run your life without your permission, fears you inherited, desires you grasp without question, stories you tell yourself because you have forgotten how to lay them down. Every thought, every emotion, every reaction has a root. Without reflection, we live at the surface, pulled by currents we do not understand. With reflection, we begin to see the origins of our suffering. When anger arises, we can ask, what is this protecting? When sadness comes, we can ask, what longing lies beneath? When we judge someone harshly, we can ask, what part of myself am I refusing to see? In this way, self-reflection becomes an act of compassion, not only toward ourselves, but toward everyone whose lives intersect with ours. One of the Buddha's great insights was that the mind is continuously creating itself. You are not a fixed identity, but a flowing river of impressions, beliefs, and memories. You are in motion always. Self-reflection allows you to witness this motion without being swept away. When we sit quietly, even for a few minutes, thoughts rise like bubbles in water. Some are fragments of worry, others echoes of old conversations, others vague sensations without names. Normally we chase them or fight them or drown in them. But when you watch them with gentle curiosity, something shifts. You realize that thoughts are visitors, not truth. Emotions are weather, not climate. And beneath all the movement, there is a stillness that is not touched by any of it. This stillness is your true home. But reaching that stillness requires honesty, the kind of honesty that strips away the masks we wear even when alone. It is not always comfortable. Self-reflection may reveal that our anger is a shield for fear, or that our impatience hides a deeper grief, or that our constant seeking for approval conceals a belief that we are not enough. These discoveries can sting, but they are not punishments. They are openings. They are cracks in the wall through which light begins to enter. A helpful way to approach self-reflection is through mindful inquiry. When something triggers you, instead of collapsing into reaction, pause. Feel the breath move through your body. Ask softly, what is this made of? If jealousy arises, look deeper. Maybe it's admiration that hasn't found expression. If frustration arises, look deeper. Maybe it's exhaustion. If withdrawal arises, look deeper. Maybe it's an old wound asking to be acknowledged. The mind is layered like an ancient forest. The surface is not the whole story. In Buddhist tradition, self-reflection is also tied to remembering impermanence. Many of the things we cling to, our opinions, our self-image, our emotional reactions, are actually shifting every moment. When you observe them closely, you begin to see their fluidity. The anger that felt so solid begins to dissolve. The shame that wrapped around your heart loosens. The belief I am this way and cannot change starts to crack. Impermanence is not an idea to believe. It is an experience you witness directly when you observe your inner world with steady attention. Another profound element of self-reflection is recognizing the illusion of the fixed self. When you look inward, you do not find a single unchanging me. You find sensations, thoughts, habits, memories, none of which stay the same. The more deeply you observe, the more you realize the self is not an object, but a process. This is liberating. If the self is not fixed, then neither are your wounds, your patterns, or your limitations. You are change itself, unfolding moment by moment. Meditation is the most skillful vehicle for this exploration. Not meditation as escape, but meditation as courageous looking. When you sit, the outer world fades and the inner world becomes audible. You begin to notice the subtle tightening in your chest when fear whispers the warmth in your belly, when kindness arises, the hollowness behind certain desires. Meditation is a mirror, clearer than any glass, showing you not just your face, but your inner architecture. Through this gentle examination, something begins to bloom: self-awareness. Not the self-awareness of self-consciousness, but the self-awareness of being awake to your own life. You start to notice your patterns before they take over. You begin to choose responses instead of reacting blindly. You see how your thoughts influence your breath, how your breath influences your emotions, how your emotions influence your decisions. You begin to understand yourself not as a mystery to fear, but as a landscape you can lovingly explore. And with awareness comes another gift: compassion. When you understand your own wounds, you stop expecting others to be flawless. When you see your own moments of confusion, you soften toward the confusion of others. When you watch your own heart struggle to open, you stop asking other people to open faster than they can. In this way, self-reflection extends beyond the self. It becomes an offering to the world. Over time, the practice of looking inward changes the very texture of your life. You become less afraid of silence, less tempted by distraction, less identified with the old stories about who you are supposed to be. You move more gently. You speak more truthfully. You listen more deeply. And as you learn to observe your inner world with steadiness, you begin to gain something priceless: the ability to remain balanced in the face of life's storms. For once, the mind sees itself clearly. It becomes less reactive, less easily shaken. It becomes steady like a mountain that does not tremble in the wind. And it is from this steadiness that the next teaching arises naturally: the cultivation of equanimity, the profound peace that comes from meeting every moment with an open, unshaken heart. There is a particular kind of calm that does not come from perfect circumstances, long vacations, or a life free from difficulty. It is a calm that arises from within, like a quiet lake that remains unbroken even as wind brushes across its surface. This inner steadiness is what Buddhism calls equanimity, a balanced, open presence that neither clings to pleasure nor resists pain. It is not indifference. It is not emotional numbness. It is the profound strength of a heart that has learned to stay spacious even when the world around it trembles. To understand equanimity, imagine sitting at the edge of a valley, watching a storm roll across distant hills. Thunder growls, lightning flashes, rain pours, yet you are sheltered beneath a small overhang of rock. You witness the storm, fully feel its power, but you are not caught inside it. Equanimity is this inner shelter. It allows you to experience joy without grasping at it, and sorrow without drowning in it. It is the wisdom that whispers. This too is a passing cloud. The Buddha described equanimity as one of the immeasurables, a quality so vast that it cannot be exhausted. It grows each time we meet life as it is not as we wish it to be. But equanimity does not arise magically or suddenly. It grows out of deep understanding, particularly the understanding of impermanence. Everything changes. Everything transforms. When we really feel this truth, not just intellectually, but in our bones, the frantic need to control life begins to loosen. We discover a quieter, more trusting way of being. Imagine you are holding a delicate bird in your hands. If you squeeze too tightly, you cause harm. If you hold too loosely, it may fly away before you are ready. Equanimity is the middle way, holding life gently, lovingly, without trying to imprison it. When joy comes, you savor it without clinging. When loss comes, you feel it fully without collapsing. When uncertainty comes, you breathe through it without demanding immediate answers. But cultivating equanimity requires us to transform our relationship with reactivity. Most people live as if life pushes a button inside them and they must respond instantly. Someone criticizes you, it stings and you lash out. A plan falls apart, you panic or spiral into frustration. A desire arises, you feel compelled to act on it. This is the mind on autopilot. This is the mind without space. Equanimity is the creation of space. It is the gentle pause between stimulus and response where freedom lives. With equanimity, anger may still arise, but it does not own you. Anxiety may whisper its old stories, but you do not automatically believe them. Pleasure may tempt you to cling, but you smile at it the way you smile at a butterfly landing briefly on your hand. You know it cannot stay forever, and that is okay. You might picture equanimity like the deep ocean. On the surface, waves rise and crash. These are your emotions, thoughts, reactions. But below the surface, the water remains steady and unmoved. When we learn to rest in the deeper currents of our being, storms can come and go without shaking the foundation of who we are. One way to cultivate equanimity is through mindfulness of the breath, not as an escape, but as a grounding practice. When the mind is swept into turmoil, the breath becomes an anchor, slow, steady, present. As you breathe, you are reminded that you are here in this moment, not in the imagined future, not in the replayed past. You learn to be with whatever is arising without being swallowed by it. Over time, this presence becomes second nature. Another way is through the deliberate practice of non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean you stop caring or withdraw from the world. It means you release the illusion that you can control the unfolding of reality. You begin to see that clinging to pleasure brings anxiety, and resisting pain brings suffering. When you stop fighting the waves, you learn how to float. There is a story simple yet illuminating about a monk who carried a bowl of water everywhere he went. When people asked why he would swirl the bowl lightly and say, "This is the mind without equanimity," disturbed, confused, unable to reflect truth clearly. Then he would set the bowl down and wait. Slowly, the ripples would settle and the water would become smooth as glass. This, he would say, is the mind with equanimity. Only in stillness can we see clearly. Cultivating equanimity also requires compassion. Many people misunderstand balance as cold neutrality, but true equanimity is warm, open, and deeply connected. It is the capacity to stay present with suffering your own and others, without shutting down, without being overwhelmed, without trying to fix everything immediately. It is the ability to love without attachment and to care without losing yourself. Imagine sitting with a friend who is aching with grief. Without equanimity, you may become anxious, try to offer solutions, or distance yourself to avoid discomfort. With equanimity, you simply sit beside them, present and grounded. You allow their sorrow to unfold without needing it to go away. Your steadiness becomes a refuge for them. This is compassion with equanimity, love that does not collapse. But equanimity is not only for emotionally charged moments. It transforms ordinary life as well. When inconveniences arise, traffic delays, misunderstandings, you begin to see them not as personal insults, but as natural ripples in the fabric of existence. When success comes, you enjoy it without letting it inflate your sense of self. When someone disagrees with you, you listen without defensiveness. Equanimity makes you more steady, more trustworthy, more rooted in your own inner knowing. Of course, equanimity does not erase difficulty. Humans feel, hearts break, plans fail, bodies become ill, loved ones depart. But equanimity allows you to meet these experiences with a kind of sacred composure. Not because you are detached from life, but because you are fully immersed in it without drowning. Over time, equanimity becomes a deep refuge, a home inside yourself where you can return again and again, no matter what is happening around you. A place where you remember nothing is permanent. Everything is workable. I can meet this moment with an open heart, and once the heart grows balanced and spacious, another teaching naturally begins to blossom, the teaching of patience. For equanimity gives us stillness, but patience teaches us how to remain steady through the long unfolding of life. There is a rhythm to life that cannot be rushed, a slow unfolding like the opening of a lotus at dawn. No matter how desperately we pull at its petals, the flower will not bloom before its time. This gentle truth lies at the heart of patience, a quality the Buddha regarded as one of the highest perfections. Patience is not passive resignation, nor is it a blank tolerance for whatever happens. It is the quiet strength of one who understands the tempo of existence, who knows that everything ripens in its own season. To cultivate patience is to stand in harmony with the natural flow of things. Most of our suffering comes from the tension between reality and our insistence that it be different. We want healing to come faster, answers to arrive sooner, people to change immediately, emotions to settle on command. When these demands collide with the pace of life, frustration blooms. But patience is the art of loosening that grip. It is a spaciousness that says, "This moment is unfolding exactly as it needs to, even if I cannot yet see why." Imagine a young monk assigned to sweep the monastery courtyard at dawn. The courtyard is wide and the broom is worn. He sweeps one section and wind blows leaves into another. Day after day, he becomes irritated, thinking, "This task is endless." One morning, an elder monk watches him struggle and asks, "Why do you sweep?" The young monk replies, "To clear the courtyard." The elder smiles gently. "No, you sweep to clear your heart." In that moment, the boy notices something he had missed. The sweeping itself, repetitive and slow, is not an obstacle, but a training. With each stroke of the broom, he is learning to move without haste, to breathe, without resistance, to meet the moment, without demanding its completion. The courtyard becomes clean, but more importantly, so does his mind. This is patience, not endurance born of gritting teeth, but presence born of understanding. Patience begins with recognizing that everything is shaped by causes and conditions. Our moods, our relationships, our circumstances, even our spiritual growth. Nothing emerges in isolation. When we expect immediate transformation, we overlook the slow weaving of invisible threads that make change possible. A seed needs darkness before it breaks open. A river needs time to carve a canyon. A heart needs many breaths of honesty and compassion before old wounds begin to loosen. To be patient is to trust this hidden process. But patience is also profoundly practical. Consider the small irritations of daily life, a long line at the market, a delayed message, a partner's forgotten promise. These moments become small training grounds for the heart. When irritation arises, you can pause and feel it on a physical level. The tightening jaw, the shallow breath, the heat behind the eyes. Instead of feeding the story, "Why is this taking so long? Don't they respect my time?" You breathe into the sensation itself. You let the wave crest and fall. The situation does not change, but your relationship to it does. What once felt unbearable becomes workable. This is the first doorway to patience, meeting the moment as sensation, not as story. The second doorway is compassion. Often impatience arises when we forget that others too are moving through their own struggles and limitations. The driver who cuts you off might be rushing to the hospital. The coworker who seems slow may be carrying private burdens. The child who throws a tantrum may not yet know how to express fear. Patience is not simply waiting. It is remembering that we are all learning how to live. When you shift from, "Why are they doing this?" to "May they be safe. May they find ease," your irritation melts into understanding. Compassion softens impatience the way sunlight softens cold earth. The third doorway is patience with yourself, a form of kindness many people neglect. Spiritual growth is not linear. You will repeat lessons. You will forget what you already know. Your heart will open, then close again. Your mind will quiet, then flare with distraction. If you respond to these fluctuations with self-criticism, you deepen your suffering. But if you respond with patience, this too is part of the path. You create the space needed for transformation. Imagine learning to play an instrument. No one expects to master it in a week. You practice, stumble, begin again. Self-reflection, equanimity, kindness. These are instruments of the heart. You must learn them the same way, slowly, imperfectly, with gentle repetition. Patience then becomes a kind of love. It recognizes your inherent unfinishedness, not as a flaw, but as a sign that you are alive, evolving in motion. It stops measuring your worth by speed or accomplishment. It allows you to unfold in alignment with your own nature, just as a tree grows without comparing itself to other trees. Patience also plays a crucial role in relationships. Without it, we demand from others what they cannot yet give maturity. They have not learned insights. They have not reached healing. They have not completed. With patience, we see their becoming rather than their shortcomings. We give them room to grow. This does not mean tolerating harm or ignoring boundaries. Wisdom remains essential. But it means recognizing that every person is mid-journey, just like you. In the larger arc of life, patience allows us to endure seasons we do not understand. There will be periods where nothing seems to move, where grief lingers, where uncertainty stretches out endlessly, where direction feels lost. These seasons are challenging because the mind insists, do something, fix it, force clarity. But sometimes the heart needs stillness, not solutions. Sometimes the soul is rearranging itself in ways you cannot see. Patience is the trust that this invisible work is also progress. To cultivate patience, try this simple practice. Pick one activity each day to do slowly and with full attention. It could be making tea, tying your shoes, brushing your hair. Let the movements unfold at half your usual speed. Notice the resistance. Notice the urge to accelerate. Breathe. Let slowness teach you how to stay. Slowness is the mother of patience. Over time, you will find that this quality becomes a quiet companion, an invisible strength you carry into every moment. You will handle challenges with more grace, speak with more gentleness, recover from setbacks more quickly. You begin to trust life's timing. You begin to trust your own unfolding. And once the heart learns patience, once it becomes comfortable with waiting, with uncertainty, with incompleteness, it is ready for the next profound teaching on the path, the release of the ego's tight grip, the softening of the I that strains and struggles. From here, we step into one of the most transformative insights of Buddhism, letting go of the ego, a surrender that is not loss, but liberation. There is a peculiar heaviness we carry through life without even realizing it, the weight of the ego. It sits in our posture, in our reactions, in the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and how the world should treat us. Most of our suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the ego's insistence. This should not have happened to me. They should not have spoken to me that way. I should be more, have more, be seen more. The Buddha taught that this I, this sense of a solid, separate self, is the root from which many of our sorrows grow. And yet the moment we try to push the ego away, it only tightens its grip. How then do we learn to let it go? Letting go of ego is not about erasing your identity or becoming a passive ghost drifting through life. It is about softening the boundaries you've built around yourself. Boundaries woven from fear, pride, defensiveness, old wounds, and the belief that you must constantly protect or prove yourself. In truth, the ego is not an enemy. It is simply an outdated strategy, a shell the mind built long ago to feel safe. But what once protected you can eventually become a prison. Imagine a small bird that grows inside an eggshell. For a time, the shell provides warmth and safety. But if the bird clings to that shell once it is ready to fly, what was once protection becomes confinement. The ego is that shell. Letting it go means gently cracking it open, so your deeper nature, your capacity for love, wisdom, and spacious awareness can unfold. The ego thrives on comparison. It says, I must be better than him, or I am not as worthy as her. It divides the world into me and them, constantly measuring, competing, defending. But when you look closely, you find that comparison is built on illusion. No two people share the same history, wounds, strengths, circumstances, or moment in their path. To compare yourself to another is like comparing a sunrise to a mountain stream, beautiful in different ways, impossible to rank. Letting go of ego means stepping out of the endless race you never needed to run. One powerful way to loosen the ego's grip is to observe how tightly it clings to praise and recoils from blame. Praise inflates us. We feel taller, brighter, somehow more real. Criticism deflates us. We shrink tense or burn with anger. The ego cannot tolerate being wrong because it equates being wrong with being unworthy. But when you begin to witness these reactions instead of obeying them, you discover something remarkable. Neither praise nor blame defines you. They are passing winds. If you build your sense of self on them, you will be tossed endlessly. Letting go of ego begins with this simple recognition: I am not my praise. I am not my criticism. I am awareness vast enough to hold both without collapsing. There is a teaching in Buddhism known as the empty boat. Imagine crossing a river in a small canoe, when suddenly another boat drifts into yours and bumps it sharply. If you look up and see the boat is empty, you simply push it away and continue on your path. But if you see someone inside it, someone who collided with you carelessly, you may feel anger rise. Why wasn't he paying attention? Doesn't he see me? The collision is the same. The only difference is the story the ego adds. Much of life is like this. People bump into our boundaries, our expectations, our desires. Without ego, these bumps are simply part of the river. With ego, they become personal offenses. Letting go of ego means learning to meet life as the empty boat without unnecessary stories. But to let go, we must first see. Ego hides in judgment, in defensiveness, in the desire to always be right, in the fear of vulnerability. It hides in the subtle pride of thinking we are more spiritual, more awakened, more compassionate than others. Even humility can become a mask for ego when used to win approval. The mind is clever. The ego is adaptable. That is why self-reflection is essential, but reflection softened by kindness, not sharpened by critique. There is a quiet, transformative practice. You can try the practice of asking in difficult moments, what is my ego defending right now? When someone disagrees with you, perhaps your ego is defending the need to be seen as intelligent. When someone sets a boundary, your ego may be defending the belief that you deserve constant access. When a situation doesn't go your way, your ego may be defending the expectation that life should conform to your desires. Through this inquiry, the ego becomes visible, not as a monster, but as a frightened child trying to keep control. To let go of ego is to extend compassion to that child and gently reassure it. You do not need to fight. We are safe. Life does not have to bend for us to be whole. Over time, this compassion dissolves the ego's rigidity. Another step in releasing ego is embracing don't know mind. This is the mind that does not cling to fixed views or dogmatic certainty. Most of our suffering comes from believing we know how the world should be, how others should behave, how our future should unfold, how our story should progress. But when we soften into not knowing, something extraordinary happens. Possibility expands. Humility deepens. Curiosity replaces fear. We become students of the moment instead of its judges. With ego loosened, relationships shift profoundly. Without the need to prove yourself, you listen more fully. Without the need to win arguments, you speak more honestly. Without the need to be admired, your presence becomes more genuine. People feel the change even if they cannot explain it. They feel safer around someone who is not constantly defending an inner throne. Letting go of ego is also intimately connected to impermanence. Everything you identify with, your body, your opinions, your roles, your accomplishments, will someday transform or fade. When you fight these natural changes, ego suffers. When you accept them, wisdom awakens. The more deeply you realize that nothing you cling to can be held forever, the more gently you hold your life. What remains when the clinging softens is a sense of spaciousness, like stepping out of a small room into open sky. And yet letting go is not a one-time event. The ego is patient. It returns in new shapes. Some days it feels loud and demanding. Other days it rests quietly in the background. But the goal is not to destroy it. The goal is to stop believing it is your essence. When ego becomes transparent, life becomes lighter. Joy flows more freely. You find that your heart has more room for others, for truth, for peace. Once ego loosens, something beautiful becomes possible, embracing change rather than resisting it. For the ego fears impermanence, but the awakened heart understands it as the natural rhythm of existence. And so, with the shell beginning to crack, we now move into one of Buddhism's most liberating insights: the art of embracing change. Change is the one companion that never leaves us, though it often feels like the one we resist the most. It moves through our lives like an unseen wind, quiet at times, fierce at others, rearranging the landscapes of our relationships, our identities, our bodies, our dreams. In Buddhism, change is not a threat. It is the very rhythm of existence. To embrace change is to align ourselves with reality, to stop fighting the tide, and learn instead how to move with its current. Yet this teaching, simple in words, can be one of the most challenging to embody, because the heart clings to what is familiar, even when the familiar causes suffering. When we look deeply, we discover that everything we hold dear is in a state of constant transformation. The breath enters and leaves. Emotions rise and fade. Friendships blossom and evolve. Even the cells in our body are continuously dying and being replaced. There is nothing fixed, nothing solid to cling to, except our desire for things to stay as they are. That desire is where suffering begins. The Buddha did not teach impermanence to frighten us. He taught it to free us from the impossible task of trying to freeze a living world. Imagine standing at the edge of a river. The water before you is never the same water twice. It rushes, swirls, pauses, gathers, disperses. If you try to grasp it, it slips through your fingers. But if you cup your hands gently, you can hold enough to drink. Life is the same. When we try to seize it, shape it, force it into permanence, it escapes us. When we take it in gently, moment by moment, we find nourishment. But what makes change frightening is not the change itself. It is the stories we attach to change. If this ends, I will lose myself. If this shifts, I will not survive it. If I cannot control this, everything will fall apart. These beliefs turn change into an enemy. Yet every major transformation you have ever endured, every heartbreak, every new beginning, every loss, every unexpected turning has carried you here. You are not the same person you were 5 years ago, and that is evidence not of destruction, but of growth. Consider the image of a snake shedding its skin. If the snake clung desperately to the old layer, refusing to release it, it would suffocate. The shedding is uncomfortable, even painful, but it is essential for survival. In the same way, certain identities, relationships, beliefs, and habits must be shed for us to grow. The discomfort we feel during transitions is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that something new is emerging. Many people fear change because they fear the loss of control. But control itself is a fragile illusion. We do not choose when storms come, when opportunities arise, when people enter or leave our lives. What we can choose is how we meet each moment. This is where the heart learns a new skill: surrender, not as defeat, but as openness. Surrender says, I trust life enough to allow it to unfold. This trust does not mean ignoring wisdom or refusing to act. It means understanding that grasping does not guarantee security, and that releasing does not guarantee loss. There is a story about a craftsman who spent years carving wooden bowls. Each bowl, shaped by the grain of the wood, came out different. One day, a student asked, "How do you control the shape so skillfully?" The master laughed softly. "I do not control the wood. I listen to it. I follow what it wants to become." This is the art of embracing change, letting life show you its direction instead of forcing it into your expectations. Mindfulness is one of the greatest supports for this practice. When you observe your experience moment by moment, you witness change directly, not as an idea, but as an unfolding reality. A breath arises and dissolves. A thought appears and disappears. An emotion swells and deflates. When you watch these shifts without clinging or resisting, the fear of impermanence loosens. You see that you are not destroyed by change. You are shaped by it. This realization brings a subtle but profound freedom. It allows you to release relationships that no longer align with your growth without bitterness or blame. It allows you to forgive your younger self for choices made with limited understanding. It allows you to welcome new opportunities without shrinking back in fear. It allows you to grieve fully without believing grief will last forever. To embrace change is to understand that every ending carries within it the seed of beginning. But perhaps the deepest transformation comes when we see that embracing change also means embracing ourselves, not the rigid self the ego clings to, but the fluid, evolving being we truly are. You are not fixed. You are not stuck in a single version of your identity. You are a continual becoming. When you understand this, you stop telling yourself stories like, "I've always been this way," or "I cannot change." you begin to realize that growth is not only possible, it is your nature. And as we begin to walk peacefully with impermanence, another teaching rises naturally from the earth beneath our feet, the pursuit of wisdom. For when the heart becomes flexible and the mind becomes spacious, we become ready not just to accept life, but to truly understand it. There is a kind of knowing that lies deeper than intellect, a quiet, luminous clarity that does not shout, does not argue, does not demand agreement. It is the knowing that arises when the mind is steady, the heart is open, and the illusions of ego and permanence have softened. In Buddhism, this clarity is called prajna wisdom, not the kind gathered by accumulating facts, but the kind revealed by stripping away confusion. To seek wisdom is not to become clever, it is to learn how to see. When you begin to embrace change, something inside you loosens. Old fears lose some of their sharpness. Old certainties begin to crumble. The world becomes less rigid. In this loosened state, the mind becomes hungry for understanding, not the shallow understanding that allows you to win arguments or organize your beliefs neatly, but the deep understanding that transforms how you move through the world. Wisdom becomes the next natural step, like a mountain path revealing another turn, just as you finish climbing the previous rise. But what is wisdom? Wisdom is the ability to see things as they are, without the distortions of desire, fear, or habit. It is the ability to distinguish what leads to suffering and what leads to freedom. It is the recognition that life unfolds through causes and conditions, that no moment stands alone, and that clinging to illusions only deepens our pain. Wisdom is not cold detachment. It is warm clarity. It makes the heart more compassionate, not less. To seek wisdom is to cultivate humility. The humility to admit that what you have believed for years may not be true, that your interpretations are often incomplete, that the world is far more mysterious than your mind's stories allow. This humility is not weakness. It is the soil in which wisdom grows. Imagine a traveler climbing a hill for days. Along the way, he becomes convinced that he understands the shape of the land, its paths, its valleys, its hidden streams. But when he finally reaches the summit, he sees that what he thought was the whole landscape was merely a small portion of it. The wider view does not invalidate what he saw before. It simply reveals that his previous understanding was partial. Wisdom is this widening of vision. One of the most powerful tools for cultivating wisdom is questioning, not with cynicism, but with sincerity. The Buddha encouraged inquiry, even toward his own teachings. He did not want followers who believed blindly. He wanted individuals who understood through their own insight. You might begin by asking yourself gentle questions. Is this thought true, or is it just familiar? Is this emotion telling me about the present moment, or about an old wound? Does this action lead me closer to freedom, or deeper into suffering? Am I seeing clearly, or through the lens of craving or fear? These questions are lanterns. They do not force answers. They illuminate possibility. Seeking wisdom also means listening to yourself, to others, to the quiet spaces between words. The ego listens in order to respond. Wisdom listens in order to understand. When you listen deeply without preparing your reply, you begin to see the world through others' eyes. You discover that every person carries unseen burdens, unseen hopes, unseen histories. This insight softens judgment and strengthens compassion. The wise heart does not rush to conclude. It pauses, breathes, and considers. Study is another path to wisdom, not as accumulation, but as nourishment. The teachings of the Buddha, the stories of awakened beings, the reflections of mindful practitioners, all these offer guidance not to believe but to contemplate. When you read a teaching on impermanence, for example, you do not merely store it in memory. You look into your life and ask, where do I cling? How does change shape me? How can I meet it more gently? In this way, wisdom moves from the page into the bloodstream. Yet the greatest teacher is your own experience. Every joy, every loss, every disappointment, every moment of beauty, these are instructions. When something hurts you, examine the cause. When something brings peace, you examine the conditions. Slowly, your life becomes a laboratory, and each moment a doorway. Meditation deepens this process. In the stillness of practice, you begin to observe patterns you could not see before: subtle attachments, habitual reactions, small illusions that color your perception. Meditation is less about emptying the mind and more about seeing the mind. It is the mirror that reflects your inner world with increasing clarity. Through this clarity, wisdom ripens. Wisdom also involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. When you truly see that your actions ripple outward, influencing others in ways you may never witness, the meaning of responsibility shifts. Kindness stops being optional. Harshness feels like a betrayal of your own nature. You become aware that your freedom is tied to the freedom of all beings. Wisdom transforms the heart into a sanctuary where compassion naturally arises. But the pursuit of wisdom also reveals something tender: how much we cling to certainty for comfort. We want guarantees, clear answers, stable ground. Yet wisdom teaches us to rest in uncertainty, to move through life with curiosity rather than fear. When you stop demanding that life explain itself before you proceed, your steps grow lighter. One of the most profound aspects of wisdom is the ability to respond instead of react. When challenges arise, the untrained mind reacts instantly, guided by habit. The wise mind pauses, sees the situation clearly, understands the deeper causes at play, and responds with intention. This alone can transform the entire fabric of your life. Over time, seeking wisdom becomes less about learning and more about unlearning, letting go of rigid beliefs, shedding stories that no longer serve you, releasing assumptions about yourself and the world. What remains is clarity, like a sky cleared of clouds. And as clarity deepens, another crucial teaching begins to bloom: detachment. For wisdom shows us that clinging is the root of suffering, and detachment is the gentle art of letting life flow without trying to imprison it. Detachment is not a rejection of life, nor a withdrawal from it. It is the freedom to participate fully without being ensnared. With wisdom lighting the path, we now turn toward this next teaching, learning to hold life with open hands rather than clenched fists. There is a moment in every spiritual journey when the seeker realizes that wisdom alone is not enough. We may understand impermanence, we may see the suffering caused by craving, we may recognize the illusions of ego, yet still feel trapped in old patterns. Why? Because understanding without release is like knowing a door exists, but never stepping through it. This is where the teaching of detachment becomes essential. If wisdom is the lamp that reveals the path, detachment is the gentle stepping forward. But what does detachment truly mean? In Buddhism, detachment, upekkha or viraga, is not coldness, not apathy, not withdrawing from the world. It is the art of holding life with open hands. It is the capacity to experience fully without clinging or pushing away. Detachment is the freedom to love without possession, to work without anxiety, to care without being consumed, to experience joy without fearing its end. To understand detachment, Imagine holding sand in your palm. If you squeeze tightly, the grains slip out and disappear. But if you let your hand rest open and relaxed, the sand stays. Life is the same. When we cling tightly, whether to relationships, identities, expectations, or outcomes, we lose our peace. When we hold gently, what is meant to remain stays, and what is meant to pass leaves without tearing our heart apart. The root of attachment is fear. Fear of loss, fear of uncertainty, fear of not being enough. When we look closely, attachment says, without this thing, this relationship, this job, this belief, this version of myself, I will not be whole. But Buddhism teaches a different truth. Wholeness is not in the object. It is in your awareness. What you cling to never actually completes you. It only distracts you from the quiet completeness already within. Imagine a person clinging to a rope dangling over the ocean. They grip it with such desperation that their whole body trembles. Meanwhile, beneath them, the water is calm and shallow. If they let go, they would land safely and float supported. But the fear of releasing the rope blinds them to the truth. Attachment is that rope. Detachment is discovering that letting go does not mean losing your ground. It means finding a deeper one. The path to detachment often begins with observing how attachment manifests in daily life. It hides in subtle places. The disappointment you feel when someone doesn't meet your expectations. The anxiety that arises when plans change suddenly. The possessiveness disguised as love. The self-criticism that appears when you fail to meet your own standards. The fear of being forgotten or misunderstood. The restlessness you feel when you are not in control. To practice detachment is not to suppress these reactions, but to see them clearly. When craving arises, you notice, here is craving. When fear tightens your breath, you observe, here is fear. When you cling to an outcome, you whisper, this too is impermanent. Awareness loosens the knot. There is a simple yet powerful practice that can help choosing to release one small attachment each day. It may be as simple as allowing someone else to choose the restaurant without resistance, or letting an unread message wait without anxiety, or wearing something different from your usual style without fearing judgment. These small acts train the mind to loosen its habitual grip. But detachment deepens most profoundly in moments of emotional intensity. When someone hurts you, attachment insists I need them to apologize before I can be at peace. When love arises, attachment insists I must make sure this stays forever. When success appears, attachment insists I must hold on to this, or I will lose my worth. When failure appears, attachment insists, this moment defines me. Yet none of these beliefs hold truth. Through meditation, we learn to watch emotions rise and fall like waves. Anger builds peaks, fades. Joy expands, glows, dissolves. Fear tightens, steadies, softens. When you observe these movements without forcing them to change, you realize something liberating. Emotions do not need to be controlled. They need to be released. They are guests, not masters. Detachment also changes the way we love. Many people mistake attachment for love, believing that loving someone means needing them, fearing their absence, depending on their presence for happiness. But this is not love. It is possession wrapped in affection. True love asks for closeness, not ownership. Presence, not captivity. To love with detachment is to say, I care for you deeply, but I honor your freedom. I cherish your presence, but I do not imprison your path. I am grateful for this moment, and I am open to whatever follows. This kind of love is both tender and spacious. It allows relationships to breathe. It allows hearts to grow. It allows endings to be met with grace, not bitterness. and it makes room for new beginnings. Detachment also transforms our relationship with our own identity. We cling to labels: I am successful, I am a failure, I am shy, I am strong, I am unworthy, I am superior. These labels harden around us like armor, but also like cages. When you begin to let go of these identity attachments, you discover something astonishing. You are far more fluid, far more expansive, far more mysterious than any label could describe. You are not a fixed character in a rigid story. You are a shifting constellation of experiences, insights, emotions, and possibilities. Detachment allows you to evolve, but perhaps the greatest gift of detachment is the peace it brings. When you release the need to control everything, life becomes lighter. When you stop forcing outcomes, creativity awakens. When you stop clinging to the past, forgiveness flows. When you stop anticipating disaster, the present moment reveals its beauty. Detachment does not remove difficulty. It removes unnecessary suffering. You learn to trust life not blindly, but wisely. You learn to meet each moment with openness instead of resistance. You learn to float rather than sink. And from this lightness, another beautiful quality naturally arises: joy. Not fleeting excitement, not temporary pleasure, but the deep, steady joy that comes from being free within yourself. Having loosened the grip of attachment, we now step into the next unfolding on our path, the cultivation of joy, not as an escape from suffering, but as an expression of inner freedom. There is a kind of joy that does not depend on winning, achieving, or impressing anyone. It does not arrive with loud celebration, nor does it vanish when circumstances shift. It is quiet, steady, and deeply rooted like a flame sheltered from the wind. This is the joy Buddhism speaks of: sukha, the happiness of a heart freed from clinging. After learning to loosen your grip on life through detachment, you become ready to receive this deeper joy not as a visitor, but as a companion. Many people believe joy comes from favorable conditions: good news, success, affection, comfort, approval. But those experiences produce pleasure, not true joy. Pleasure is temporary by nature. It rises, peaks, and fades. Joy, on the other hand, arises from within. It is the natural fragrance of a mind that is no longer tormented by craving and fear. Joy is what remains when unnecessary suffering dissolves. To cultivate joy is to remember your innate capacity for delight. Imagine a child seeing rain for the first time, hands outstretched, face bright with wonder, laughing as drops touch the skin. Nothing special has happened, yet the heart bursts open. Joy is simply that, the ability to meet life with openness and appreciation. As we grow older, responsibilities and wounds weigh on us, making that openness harder to access. But it is not lost. It only sleeps beneath layers of tension. When the mind becomes less cluttered by attachment, joy naturally resurfaces. One of the most direct ways to cultivate joy is through gladdening the mind. This means intentionally turning your awareness toward beauty, kindness, and simple blessings, not as an escape, but as nourishment. When the mind fixates on what is missing, joy cannot enter. But when you gently redirect attention toward what is already here, the heart begins to bloom. You might look at the sky in the early morning, its pale colors shifting with the rising sun. You might savor the warmth of tea in your hands. You might listen to a loved one's laughter. You might simply observe your breath as it moves smoothly, silently carrying you through another moment of life. These are not small things. They are gateways. Joy grows when we learn to recognize the sacred in the ordinary. Another way to cultivate joy is through appreciation of goodness, both in yourself and others. The Buddha taught that reflecting on wholesome actions creates a profound sense of gladness. Think of a time you acted with kindness, generosity, courage, or honesty, not to inflate the ego, but to acknowledge that your heart is capable of goodness. Many people drown in self-criticism, forgetting that joy cannot grow in soil hardened by harshness. When you honor your small acts of goodness, you water the seeds of joy. Likewise, witnessing the goodness of others, someone helping a stranger, a friend offering comfort, a child sharing willingly lifts the heart. Joy does not appear only from great accomplishments. Often it springs from witnessing simple compassion in daily life. Gratitude and joy are also intimately connected. Gratitude is the doorway. Joy is the room you enter. When you cultivate gratitude, you shift from scarcity to abundance. The mind learns to say, "This is enough. I am enough." Life, even with its imperfections, is filled with gifts. Gratitude loosens the knots of longing, allowing joy to circulate freely. In Buddhist tradition, mudita, or sympathetic joy, is another powerful practice, the joy we feel for the happiness of others. The ego often reacts to others' success with envy, comparison, or insecurity. But when we train the heart to celebrate others' joy, our own joy multiplies. Instead of seeing others' achievements as threats, we see them as lights brightening the world. Joy shared is joy expanded. Imagine you are walking through a garden filled with blooming flowers. Each flower is a moment of joy happening somewhere in the world, a victory, a laugh, a reconciliation, a quiet moment of peace. You do not need to own the flowers to enjoy them. Their beauty is already yours. This is the essence of sympathetic joy, letting the happiness of others become nourishment for your own heart. Meditation also deepens joy, not because meditation always feels blissful, but because it teaches us how to rest in presence. When the mind becomes quiet, even briefly, joy arises naturally, like water settling into stillness once the stirring stops. In meditation, you begin to experience joy as a quality that emerges from silence, not stimulation. This is one of the most reliable sources of lasting happiness. But cultivating joy also means learning to release the belief that joy is selfish. Many people feel guilty being joyful when others suffer. But in truth, joy strengthens compassion. A joyful heart is more resilient, more generous, more able to hold others' pain without drowning in it. Joy is fuel for service, not an escape from suffering. When you cultivate joy, you are better equipped to bring light into the lives of others. Still, joy does not mean avoiding difficult emotions. In fact, true joy creates the safety needed to feel sorrow without resistance. It provides the emotional stability to navigate grief, frustration, or fear without losing balance. Joy and sorrow are not opposites. They are threads woven through the same tapestry of life. When you cultivate joy, you create space for all emotions, embracing the full spectrum of being human. Joy also teaches us to live with a lighter touch. Instead of carrying the weight of perfectionism, we learn to laugh at our mistakes. Instead of chasing constant achievement, we find contentment in being. Instead of fearing the future, we learn to savor the present. Joy is the art of releasing the unnecessary. And from a joyful heart arises something even more profound: compassion. For when your own inner suffering softens, you gain the emotional capacity to hold the suffering of others with tenderness. Joy frees the heart to care. So now, with joy glowing like a lantern in the chest, we approach the next great teaching on our path: compassion, the boundless, fearless love that sees all beings as part of oneself. There is a moment in the spiritual path when joy softens the sharp edges of the heart, and in that gentleness, something even deeper begins to rise, the impulse to care, to reach outward, to ease the suffering of others. This is compassion, the boundless tenderness that Buddhism calls karuna. Compassion is not pity. It is not sorrow dressed in sympathy. It is the profound recognition that all beings, every stranger, every friend, every enemy, even carry within them the same longing to be free from suffering. When this recognition blooms, the heart becomes spacious enough to hold not just its own wounds, but the wounds of the world. Compassion begins with seeing. Seeing not with the eyes, but with the awareness that looks beneath behavior into the hidden layers of fear, confusion, and longing that shape human action. Much of what people do, both the beautiful and the harmful, arises from unmet needs, unresolved wounds, or ignorance. When you understand this, judgment melts and compassion naturally flows. It does not excuse harmful behavior, but it understands its roots. Just as a gardener does not hate a withered plant, you learn not to hate the suffering that twists people into unskillful actions. Imagine walking through a village at dusk and noticing a small child struggling to carry a basket of firewood. The basket is heavy, too heavy, and the child's steps are slow and trembling. Watching this, you would not think, "What a foolish child. Why can't he carry it better?" Instead, you would feel tenderness and an impulse to help. In this way, compassion arises effortlessly when you truly see suffering. The difficulty is that in daily life, we often fail to recognize the burdens others carry. Everyone is that child struggling with some invisible weight: grief, not spoken; fear, not shared guilt; not healed hope, not fully formed. To develop compassion is to remember this truth again and again. But compassion is not only for the suffering of others, it must begin with yourself. Many people try to be compassionate toward the world while carrying a deep harshness toward themselves. The Buddha taught that you cannot pour from an empty vessel. Self-compassion is the foundation upon which compassion for others rests. Self-compassion means acknowledging your own pain without judgment, offering yourself the same warmth you would offer a dear friend. It means placing a hand gently over your heart when fear arises and whispering, "This is hard, and I am doing the best I can." Self-compassion is not indulgence. It is not avoiding responsibility. It is recognizing that shame never leads to growth. Only love does. When you soften toward yourself, something miraculous happens. The depth of your compassion naturally expands outward, touching others with the same tenderness. There is a powerful practice in Buddhism called Tonglen, often described as breathing in suffering and breathing out relief. On the inhale, you imagine taking in the pain of another, not to absorb it, but to acknowledge it fully. On the exhale, you send out love, healing, and peace. At first, this may feel impossible, especially if you are carrying your own pain. But Tonglen is not about absorbing negativity. It is about transforming the heart so that suffering is no longer something you fear, but something you embrace with courage and tenderness. Picture a candle lit in a dark room. When you bring another candle near, the flame spreads, yet the original flame does not become smaller. Compassion works the same way. Sharing it never diminishes you. In fact, the more compassion you offer, the more warmth your own heart generates. Compassion also requires courage, the courage to remain open in the presence of pain. Many people shut down when confronted with suffering because they fear being overwhelmed. But compassion is not drowning in another's sorrow. It is standing on your own steady ground while offering a hand. It is the strength of a mountain and the softness of a stream combined. When someone hurts you, compassion invites you to look beyond the surface. It does not mean tolerating mistreatment or ignoring boundaries. Rather, it means understanding that their hurtful behavior arises from their own pain, fear, or confusion. Healthy compassion includes wisdom. It protects you while still allowing your heart to remain open. You can walk away from harm while still wishing the other person healing. One of the profound shifts that compassion brings is the breakdown of the illusion of separateness. When you feel compassion, you begin to understand viscerally, not intellectually, that your joy is tied to the joy of others, your suffering tied to theirs. The boundary between me and them becomes thinner, softer, more transparent. This is why compassion is called the bridge between hearts. It connects what once seemed separate. As compassion deepens, your relationships transform. Instead of expecting people to meet your needs perfectly, you meet them with curiosity. Instead of reacting defensively, you respond with understanding. Instead of holding grudges, you hold space. And in turn, people feel safe in your presence. They sense that your heart is a place where they will not be judged, dismissed, or rushed. Compassion creates sanctuary. Compassion also changes the way you move through the world. You begin to notice opportunities to serve, not through grand gestures, but through small acts offering your attention to someone who feels invisible, speaking gently when harshness arises, listening without preparing your reply, comforting a stranger with a smile. Compassion does not ask for perfection. It asks for presence. And there is something extraordinary about practicing compassion consistently. Your own suffering begins to soften. When you focus on easing the suffering of others, your perspective widens. Your problems no longer feel like isolated storms. They become part of the universal human experience. Instead of feeling alone in your pain, you realize that countless others walk similar paths. This shared humanity dissolves isolation. Over time, compassion becomes not just an action, but a way of being. Your heart becomes a vessel that life can move through freely. You become someone whose presence itself is healing without effort or intention. Compassion becomes the fragrance of your awareness. And once compassion blooms fully, another profound insight begins to reveal itself, an insight that sits at the very heart of Buddhism impermanence. For compassion teaches us to cherish life tenderly, knowing that all things are fleeting, that every moment is precious, precisely because it will not last. There is a moment in every sincere journey of awakening when one finally turns to face the truth that has been present all along. The truth that everything we love, everything we fear, everything we cling to, and everything we resist is constantly changing. This truth, which the Buddha called anicca, impermanence, is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to set us free. And yet for most of us, impermanence feels like the hardest truth to accept because it asks us to loosen our grip, not on illusions, but on the very things we cherish most. Impermanence is the quiet pulse beneath every breath. It is the subtle shift of light at dawn, the way laughter fades into silence, the way even the deepest sorrow eventually softens. Nothing in the universe holds still, not mountains, not oceans, not memories, not bodies, not emotions, not even our ideas about who we are. The tragedy is not that things change. The tragedy is that we expect them not to. Imagine holding a bowl made of thin, delicate clay. You know it will not last forever. You know time will eventually crack its surface, maybe sooner, maybe later. And yet the knowledge of its fragility does not make it less beautiful. it makes it more beautiful. You handle it gently, with reverence. You appreciate every moment you use it. Impermanence does not diminish value, it intensifies it. So too with life. When we resist impermanence, suffering deepens. We cling to relationships even when they need space to breathe. We fight aging as if it were an enemy, rather than a natural unfolding. We grasp at success, fearing its eventual decline. We replay the past, wishing it could return. We anticipate the future, believing it will secure us. But nothing can be frozen. Not love, not youth, not achievements, not even moments of peace. This is not a flaw in life. It is the nature of life. To embrace impermanence is to stop arguing with reality. Consider the change of seasons. Spring turns to summer, to autumn, autumn to winter. The trees do not resist the falling of their leaves. They release them gracefully, knowing that new life will come in time. When we learn to meet the seasons of our own life with the same grace, a profound peace begins to bloom. But embracing impermanence does not mean letting go with cold detachment. It means letting go with tenderness. When something beautiful enters your life, embrace it fully, precisely because you know it will not last. When someone you love is near, treasure their presence because you understand their path will not always run beside yours. When you feel joy, allow it to fill you without fear of its departure. Impermanence teaches you not to cling, but to cherish. Many people fear impermanence because they believe it threatens their identity. If everything changes, they think, then who am I? But the Buddha taught that freedom lies in understanding that the self is also impermanent. Your emotions change, your beliefs change, your dreams change, your body changes. You are not the same person you were years or even minutes ago. This is not a loss of self. It is the liberation from a self too small to contain your becoming. In this way, impermanence reveals your capacity for transformation. Imagine a sculptor working with a block of stone. Every chisel mark changes the stone. Every moment shapes it differently. Impermanence is the chisel sculpting your life. It shapes you through your joys and your losses, your triumphs and your mistakes. When you understand this, you begin to see that impermanence is not destruction, it is creation. But to embrace impermanence fully, you must also learn to make peace with endings. Endings are some of the most painful experiences we face. The loss of a loved one, the fading of a relationship, the closing of a chapter, the shifting of our own identity. The mind resists endings because it believes they take something from us. But in truth, endings make room for growth. They create space for new beginnings. Without endings, nothing new could ever arise. Think of the breath. The inhale is not possible without the exhale. Life itself depends on the rhythm of letting go. In meditation, you can observe impermanence directly. Thoughts arise, linger, and dissolve. Sensations appear, intensify, fade. Emotions surge, break, soften. Each moment is a birth and a death. With gentle awareness, you begin to experience impermanence not as a threat, but as a natural flow. The more deeply you observe this truth, the less tightly you cling. This understanding brings freedom from fear. When you embrace impermanence, you no longer dread change. Transformation becomes an ally rather than an enemy. You begin to trust that loss will not destroy you, that endings will not collapse your world, that everything passing makes space for something new. This trust transforms your relationship with fear itself. Instead of trying to predict or control life, you learn to meet each moment with an open heart. Impermanence also teaches compassion. When you understand that every person you meet is changing, aging, unfolding, and carrying the weight of their own losses, your heart softens. You no longer take others for granted. You no longer expect them to be more than human. You begin to appreciate their presence, knowing that your time together is precious and finite. There is a quiet miracle hidden inside impermanence, because everything changes. Transformation is always possible. No matter how tangled the past, no matter how heavy the sorrow, the future is not fixed. The most painful emotion will soften. The deepest fear will loosen. The darkest night will eventually give way to dawn. Impermanence ensures that nothing, no suffering, no limitation, no mistake, is final. Life is a series of waves rising and falling. To embrace impermanence is not to avoid the waves, but to learn how to ride them. And once you fully accept the ever-shifting nature of existence, another quality emerges almost naturally: gratitude. For when you understand that everything is fleeting, you begin to appreciate each moment as if it were a rare, unrepeatable gift. There is a quiet doorway into joy that many people overlook, an opening so gentle, so simple, that the restless mind often walks past it without noticing. That doorway is gratitude. Of all the qualities the Buddha encouraged his followers to cultivate, gratitude is among the most transformative, not because it changes our circumstances, but because it changes the lens through which we see them. Gratitude does not erase pain, but it softens the heart so that beauty can enter. It does not deny suffering, but it reveals that even within hardship, life continues to offer gifts. Gratitude is not merely saying thank you. It is a way of perceiving, a way of relating to the world. It is the recognition that nothing in life is owed to us, and yet life continuously offers moments of nourishment, some large, some subtle, some hidden. When we begin to notice these gifts, the mind shifts from scarcity to abundance, from longing to appreciation, from complaint to wonder. Imagine waking up in a simple room at dawn. Light spills in through a small window. Your first breath fills your lungs effortlessly. Your heart beats unasked. The world awakens outside, birdsong, rustling leaves, distant murmurs of life beginning another day. These ordinary moments, which we often overlook, are miracles. Gratitude is the art of remembering that. One of the reasons gratitude feels so powerful is because it counteracts two forces that cause immense suffering: comparison and craving. Comparison tells you that you should have more. Craving tells you that what you have is not enough. Gratitude interrupts both. It reminds the heart, this moment contains something beautiful. Look. But gratitude is not about forcing positivity or pretending everything is perfect. It is not a spiritual bypass. True gratitude includes the full spectrum of life. It says, even in difficulty, something is supporting me. Even in loss, something remains. Even in uncertainty, something steadies me. It invites you to hold both sorrow and appreciation in the same palm. Imagine a traveler walking through a dense forest carrying a heavy pack. At first, he notices only the weight on his back. Then one day, exhausted, he stops and looks around, sunlight filtering through trees, the sound of a stream nearby, a gentle breeze cooling his sweat. The pack is still heavy, but the world is also beautiful. This is gratitude, not the removal of burdens, but the widening of awareness. One of the most direct ways to cultivate gratitude is to pause throughout the day and ask, what goodness is here that I have not yet noticed? The answer might be simple. The warmth of your clothing, the stability of your feet on the ground, the taste of clean water, the kindness of someone who held a door for you. The fact that your heart has beat faithfully from the moment you were born, without once asking for your permission. In Buddhism, gratitude also extends to all beings who contribute to our life even indirectly. When you drink a cup of tea, you can reflect on the hands that picked the leaves, the rain that nourished the plant, the soil that held its roots, the farmers who tended the fields, the truck that carried it across distances, the person who prepared it. Suddenly, you realize every simple moment is supported by countless unseen lives. Gratitude becomes an awareness of interbeing, the truth that we are not separate, that every breath is a gift woven from many threads. Gratitude also softens the heart toward the past. Many people look back on their history with regret, resentment, or shame. But even painful experiences shaped your strength, taught you lessons, revealed your resilience. Gratitude says, "This too has helped me grow." It does not glorify suffering. It honors the transformation that suffering made possible. You may even feel gratitude for people who challenged you, not because their behavior was right, but because their presence taught you boundaries, self-worth, or discernment. In this sense, gratitude becomes a kind of alchemy, transforming the raw material of your experiences into wisdom. Another powerful practice is gratitude for the body. So often we criticize our bodies more than we thank them. But your body has carried you through every moment of your life. Your feet have held your weight. Your eyes have shown you the world. Your hands have touched what you love. Even when sick or tired, your body tries its best to keep you alive. Gratitude toward the body cultivates deep compassion toward yourself. In meditation, gratitude becomes even more intimate. As you sit and breathe, you might silently whisper, "Thank you, breath, for sustaining me. Thank you, mind, for learning and unlearning. Thank you, heart, for continuing to open despite everything." These words are not meant to flatter. They are meant to reconnect you with the miracle of simply being alive. Gratitude also changes the way we relate to others. When you express genuine appreciation through warm words, attentive presence, or small gestures, you strengthen connection. People feel seen, valued, uplifted. Gratitude is a form of generosity. It brings joy to the giver and receiver alike. A heart full of gratitude becomes a sanctuary for others. Perhaps the deepest teaching of gratitude is this: nothing is guaranteed, not even the next breath. When you understand this, not as a fear, but as a truth, gratitude becomes natural. You begin to cherish each moment because you recognize its fragility. Impermanence, rather than causing despair, becomes the very reason to appreciate the fleeting beauty around you. And gratitude, once cultivated, naturally opens into a profound sense of peace. You stop rushing through life. You stop demanding perfection. You begin to savor. You begin to soften. You begin to trust. As gratitude decorates the heart with quiet joy, we arrive at the final teaching in this series, the teaching that ties all others together and reveals the path forward with luminous clarity. Integration. How do we weave forgiveness, intention, generosity, reflection, equanimity, patience, ego release, change, wisdom, detachment, joy, compassion, and gratitude into the fabric of daily life? There comes a point in every spiritual journey when the teachings are no longer ideas we admire from a distance, but companions walking beside us, shaping the way we breathe, speak, listen, and move through the world. Forgiveness softens our memories. Intention steadies our step. Generosity widens our heart. Self-reflection opens our inner landscape. Equanimity holds us steady in storms. Patience teaches us to honor life's timing. Letting go of ego frees us from our own walls. Embracing change teaches us to flow. Seeking wisdom illuminates our path. Detachment unbinds us. Joy warms us from within. Compassion connects us to all beings. Gratitude reveals the quiet miracles around us. Yet even with all this understanding, the greatest question remains: how do we live these teachings not occasionally, but daily? This final teaching is about weaving everything together into a life lived with awareness, tenderness, and purpose. Integration is not a final test. It is the natural unfolding of a heart that has been touched by truth. Integration begins with remembering. The mind forgets easily. Old habits whisper to us, react quickly, protect yourself, cling, compare, rush. If we are not mindful, we drift back into familiar patterns. But each moment offers a fresh beginning. Integration is not about being perfect. It is about returning again and again to what we know brings peace. Imagine carrying a bowl of water filled to the brim. Every step requires awareness. You move gently with intention. If you stumble and spill some water, you do not throw the bowl away. You simply steady your hands and continue. The spiritual path is the same. Integration means bringing mindfulness into the small steps of each day. The first way to integrate the path is through daily presence. You do not need long hours of meditation, though formal practice is invaluable. The true integration happens in the spaces between breaths, when you wash dishes, when you sit at a red light, when you speak with a loved one, when irritation arises. In these moments, you can pause, breathe, and ask, what is the most mindful, compassionate response available right now? Not the response that protects your ego, not the response that wins, the response that aligns with your deepest understanding. A second way is through intentional reflection each night. Before sleeping, you might sit quietly and ask, where did I act from wisdom today? Where did I act from fear? Where did I open my heart? Where did I close it? This is not an exercise in shame or self-criticism. It is honest, gentle looking. Over time, you begin to see patterns. You understand your triggers, your strengths, your blind spots. And with awareness, transformation becomes natural. A third way to integrate the teachings is through micro-practices, small rituals that anchor the heart. When you wake up, place a hand on your heart and choose an intention. When frustration arises, breathe 3 slow breaths. When encountering someone, silently wish them well. When joy arises, pause and savor it fully. When sadness appears, make space for it without resistance. These micro-practices weave mindfulness into the fabric of your day. Integration also means embracing the truth that the path is not linear. Some days, you will feel open, spacious, loving. Other days, you will feel contracted, impatient, scattered. Integration means meeting both states with compassion. The spiritual journey is not about constant elevation. It is about consistency of awareness. Consider a river flowing across a landscape. It does not move in a straight line. It curves, bends, widens, narrows, but it always moves forward. Your path is the same. The bends are part of the movement. The plateaus are part of the progress. Trust this. Another essential aspect of integration is understanding interbeing, the interconnected nature of all life. When you truly see that your actions ripple outward, touching countless unseen lives, the teachings stop being personal and become relational. You begin to act not only for your own peace, but for the well-being of others. The way you speak, the way you listen, the way you show up in the world becomes part of your practice. Even conflict becomes a place of integration. Arguments and misunderstandings are invitations to practice patience, compassion, equanimity. When someone speaks harshly, you can pause, breathe, and ask, what would love do here? Not love as sentimentality, but love as wisdom, clarity, boundary, and truth. Integration also means honoring your limitations. If you need rest, rest becomes your practice. If you need solitude, solitude becomes your temple. If you need support, seeking help becomes an act of wisdom. The path is not about self-denial. It is about learning to care for yourself so you can care for others with integrity. And perhaps the deepest level of integration is this: letting the teachings shape who you are becoming. Not through effort, but through absorption. You forgive more easily. You compare less. You slow down. You savor simple things. You speak more gently. You listen more deeply. You feel more connected. You cling less tightly. You soften faster. You trust life more. This is not performance. This is transformation. When forgiveness, intention, generosity, reflection, equanimity, patience, ego release, change, wisdom, detachment, joy, compassion, and gratitude all weave together, what emerges is not a perfect person, but a whole person awake to the sacredness of life, aware of impermanence, guided by kindness, anchored in presence. At this point, the path is no longer something you follow. The path becomes who you are. And with this final integration, we complete the first major cycle of the journey. There is a truth that every practitioner eventually discovers, not in books, not in meditation halls, but in the quiet spaces between one breath and the next. We forget. No matter how sincere our intentions, no matter how deeply the teachings move us, no matter how radiant a moment of clarity feels, the mind inevitably drifts back into old currents. This forgetting is not a failure. It is part of being human. The Buddha understood this, which is why one of the most essential skills on the spiritual path is not perfection, but the simple, profound ability to return. Returning is the thread that binds the entire journey together. It is the practice of coming back to presence, back to compassion, back to breath, back to the awareness that sees without judgment. If integration is the weaving of the teachings into life, then returning is the continual reweaving, the gentle repair of the fabric whenever it loosens. Many people believe that once wisdom is understood, it will stay with them permanently, like ink on paper. But wisdom is not a possession. It is a living experience. It must be refreshed, renewed, revisited, just as the body must be fed, just as the heart must be loved, just as the mind must rest. Returning is not a sign that your practice is weak. It is the practice itself. Imagine a bell hanging in the courtyard of a monastery. Every morning, it is struck once to call the monks to practice. Throughout the day, its sound echoes softly whenever someone touches it. The bell does not ring only once in its lifetime. It rings again and again to remind the community to awaken. The practice of returning is that bell within you, a gentle resonance calling your awareness back when it has wandered. But why do we forget? The mind, shaped by years of habit, drifts naturally toward distraction. It chases stimulation, grasps at comfort, spirals into worry, replays old stories. This is not a flaw. It is conditioning. When you recognize forgetting as part of the human condition, the harshness fades. Instead of criticizing yourself for slipping, you learn to smile gently and whisper, "Ah, I wandered again." And just like that, you return. Returning begins with noticing. You cannot come back if you do not realize you have left. That moment of noticing the brief flicker of awareness is already a moment of awakening. In that instant, the fog lifts. You may still feel anger, fear, or exhaustion, but you are no longer lost inside those emotions. You become the observer instead of the prisoner. Consider a person walking through a dense forest. At times, they drift off the path without realizing it. But when they pause, look around and see that they've wandered, they do not scold themselves. They simply step back onto the trail. Returning is that step. A powerful way to practice returning is through the breath. The breath is always with you, steady, patient, uncomplaining. No matter how far your mind travels, the breath remains a home you can always come back to. When overwhelmed, you can place a hand on your belly and feel the rise and fall. Each breath becomes a doorway back into the present moment. Another way to practice returning is through grounding in the senses. When the mind spirals into fear or rumination, gently redirect your awareness. Feel your feet touching the ground. Listen to the subtle hums of the world around you. Notice the temperature on your skin. Sense the weight of your body being supported. These simple acts root you in reality, pulling you out of the imagined past and future. Returning also means reconnecting with your values. There will be days when you forget to act with compassion, when impatience flares, when envy arises, when judgment sharpens. These moments are not failures. They are invitations. When you catch yourself acting out of alignment, you simply breathe and say, "Let me begin again." The ability to begin again endlessly is true resilience. Think of a musician practicing a long, complicated piece. They make mistakes, pause, and start again. They do not expect perfection on the first attempt or the 100th. They simply return to the rhythm. Over time, the music flows more naturally. Spiritual practice is the same. Every return strengthens the heart. Returning is also important in relationships. Even with those we love most, we forget to listen deeply. We forget to soften our tone. We forget to release old grievances. We forget to appreciate their presence. But love is sustained not by perfection, but by returning to honesty, to openness, to kindness, to the willingness to repair harm. A relationship filled with returning grows deeper, more resilient, more real. One profound aspect of returning is the healing it offers to the inner child, the vulnerable part of you shaped by fear, longing, and unmet needs. When pain arises, you can return to this inner child, offer comfort, and say, "I am here. I will not abandon you." Healing is born from this gentle loyalty to yourself. Yet returning is not always easy. The ego resists. Old narratives resist. Pain resists. Sometimes when the heart is wounded, returning feels impossible. But even then, the smallest gesture, a breath, a softened posture, a whispered intention, is enough to open the door. Returning is not a leap. It is a step, often a tiny one. It is important to remember that returning is not linear. Some days you will return 100 times. Other days you may return only once. What matters is not how often you come back, but that you do. A beautiful way to strengthen the practice of returning is to establish moments of sacred pause throughout the day. At sunrise, you might greet the new day with one mindful breath. At mealtime, you might give thanks for the nourishment before you. At night, you might review the day not with judgment, but with warmth. These small rituals anchor the heart, reminding you of the path beneath your feet. Over time, something miraculous happens. Returning becomes faster, easier, more natural. You wander, but you notice sooner. You fall, but you rise more gently. You forget, but you remember more quickly. The teachings no longer live only in your mind. They move into your breath, your speech, your choices, your presence. Returning becomes a way of life, and beneath this practice lies a deeper truth. The goal is not to never wander. The goal is to never stop returning. With this understanding, the journey begins to unfold with more spaciousness and grace. And from here, a new dimension of practice begins to shine, the understanding of how returning supports the next essential quality on the path: courage, the strength to meet life fully without shrinking back. There is a quiet bravery that rarely announces itself. It does not roar, boast, or strike the world with force. Instead, it rises gently, like a lantern lit in the darkness, steady and unwavering. This is the kind of courage the Buddha encouraged us to cultivate. Not the boldness of conquest, but the inner strength required to meet life honestly, to face suffering directly, to walk the path of transformation, even when fear whispers its familiar doubts. Courage in the Buddhist sense is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to move with fear, to breathe through it, to act, not because certainty is guaranteed, but because truth calls you forward. It is the recognition that growth requires stepping into the unknown, shedding old identities, and allowing yourself to be reshaped by wisdom. To cultivate courage, we must first understand fear. Fear is not the enemy. It is a messenger, one that often arrives dressed in intensity, urgency, or confusion. Beneath the surface of fear lies something tender, the longing to feel safe. When fear arises, the untrained mind tries to silence it, suppress it, or run from it. But the courageous heart pauses and listens. It asks, what is this fear protecting? Sometimes it protects a wound, sometimes a memory, sometimes an unmet need, sometimes the fragile idea we hold about who we are. When you turn toward fear with compassion, you soften its grip. What once felt like a wall becomes a doorway. Courage often begins in small moments. The moment you choose honesty over comfort. The moment you set a boundary rooted in self-respect. The moment you apologize sincerely. The moment you admit you don't know. The moment you allow yourself to feel grief instead of numbing it. The moment you take the first step toward change, even if your hands tremble. These small acts accumulate. Over time, they form the foundation of a brave heart. Imagine a person standing at the edge of a vast lake, uncertain of the water's depth. They dip one foot in testing the temperature. It is cold, unfamiliar, but manageable. They step in again. Slowly, they wade deeper. Step by step, they learn that the water supports them. Courage grows in this same way, incrementally, through direct experience. The more you face fear, the more you discover that you can withstand what arises. Meditation is one of the most profound ways to cultivate courage. When you sit in silence, you cannot hide behind distraction or busyness. You meet yourself, your thoughts, your emotions, your longings, your shadows. This meeting requires bravery. Many people avoid meditation because they fear what they might find. But when you sit, breathe, and open gently to whatever arises, you realize that no thought can overpower you, no emotion is permanent, and no inner storm is endless. This realization deepens courage in a way nothing else can. Another essential aspect of courage is vulnerability. Our culture often teaches that vulnerability is weakness. But in truth, vulnerability is the willingness to be seen, to be imperfect, to be open to connection. It takes far more courage to reveal your truth than to hide behind walls. Vulnerability is the birthplace of intimacy, creativity, and compassion. When you dare to be authentic, you give others permission to do the same. Courage also involves letting go of familiar suffering, letting go of limiting beliefs, letting go of the stories that keep you small. Strangely, many people fear freedom more than bondage, because freedom requires responsibility. It requires you to step into your power, your truth, your potential. Letting go is a courageous act because it asks you to trust what you cannot yet see. In relationships, courage appears as the willingness to stay present during conflict instead of withdrawing or attacking. It appears as the willingness to listen deeply, even when you disagree. It appears as choosing love, even when fear invites defensiveness. This does not mean tolerating harm. It means allowing compassion to guide your strength. There is another form of courage, the courage to rest. In a world obsessed with productivity, choosing rest can feel radical. It means acknowledging your limits and honoring your needs. It requires courage to prioritize your well-being in a culture that equates worth with constant doing. Rest is not inactivity. It is nourishment. It replenishes the heart so that courage does not become burnout. Spiritual courage is the courage to question your own mind, to examine your beliefs, your assumptions, your identity, to ask, is this true? Does this lead to freedom? Many people cling to their views because letting them go feels like losing ground. But genuine inquiry opens the door to wisdom. Courage allows you to step beyond the comfort of certainty. As courage deepens, something extraordinary happens. Fear becomes a teacher rather than a tyrant. You begin to see fear not as a barrier, but as a guide pointing toward the next area of growth. You learn to walk with fear, to breathe with it, to bow to its teaching. Over time, fear loses its intensity because it is no longer fed by avoidance. Courage is not loud. It is not dramatic. It often looks like quiet perseverance, showing up, returning to the path, practicing even when doubt arises. It looks like gentleness toward yourself. It looks like resilience when life shifts unexpectedly. It looks like trusting the unfolding of your journey. And when courage matures, it flowers into a profound sense of inner stability. You stop fearing the unknown because you trust your capacity to meet it. You stop clinging to certainty because you understand that openness is strength. Courage becomes the silent companion that walks with you through every transformation. From this place of bravery, a new dimension of practice opens the art of mindful communication, speaking and listening in ways that reduce suffering and deepen connection. If the mind is the garden of our inner world, then communication is the bridge that carries its fragrance or its thorns into the lives of others. Few things reveal our level of awareness more clearly than the way we speak and listen. Words can soothe or wound, unite or divide, clarify or confuse. A single sentence can lighten someone's burden, while another can ignite years of resentment. The Buddha taught that mindful communication is not merely a skill, but a practice of compassion, wisdom, and presence. Mindful communication begins with listening. True listening is one of the rarest gifts we can offer. Most people do not listen to understand. They listen to prepare their reply, defend their belief, or protect their ego. But mindful listening is different. It is spacious. It allows the other person to unfold without interruption. It hears not only their words, but the emotions trembling beneath them, the fears hiding behind them, the longing woven through them. When you listen mindfully, you become a mirror, not a judge. The person speaking feels seen, heard, valued. Even if no solution is offered, healing begins simply because compassion has been received. Many conflicts would dissolve instantly if people listened not to argue, but to understand. Another essential element of mindful communication is speaking with intention. Before words leave your mouth, pause and ask, Is what I'm about to say true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Will it reduce suffering or increase it? If a sentence fails these criteria, silence may be the wiser path. Silence, when rooted in awareness, is not avoidance. It is protection, both for yourself and others. Mindful speech does not mean you must always be gentle. Sometimes truth must be firm. Sometimes boundaries must be clear. But even firmness can be infused with kindness. Mindful communication is not about avoiding discomfort. It is about speaking with clarity and compassion rather than impulsiveness and reactivity. Consider the moment of anger. When anger arises, the impulse to speak is strong, sharp words form instantly ready to cut, to defend, to strike. But words spoken in anger often leave deep scars even after the emotion fades. Mindful communication teaches us to pause, breathe, and allow the initial surge to settle. Only then do we speak not from the heat of emotion, but from the clarity beneath it. Imagine a pond just after a stone is thrown into it. The surface ripples wildly. If you look now, you cannot see your reflection clearly. But if you wait, the water stills. The mind is the same. Pausing before speaking allows the inner water to settle, revealing what needs to be said and what does not. Mindful communication also requires humility. So often we assume we understand someone's intentions, thoughts, or feelings. We interpret through the lens of our own wounds, fears, and expectations. But humility whispers, "I may be wrong. Let me ask. Let me seek clarity before assuming." This small shift prevents countless misunderstandings. It allows room for curiosity, which is a form of love. Another crucial aspect of mindful communication is learning to express your truth without attachment. Many people speak not to connect, but to convince. They cling to their opinions as if their identity depends on them. But mindful communication recognizes that truth is multifaceted, shaped by perspective. When you share your truth, you offer it gently, like placing a flower on a table, not throwing a stone. You do not demand agreement. You invite understanding. Listening mindfully requires letting go of defensive habits. When someone expresses hurt, the ego wants to deny, justify, or counter blame. But mindful communication invites us to breathe, soften, and truly hear the pain being shared. When someone says, "You hurt me," the mindful response is not, "No, I didn't," but rather, "I hear your pain. Help me understand." This response opens doors rather than closing them. There is also great wisdom in learning to speak from vulnerability rather than accusation. Instead of saying, "You never care about me," you might say, "When this happened, I felt alone." Instead of saying, "You're always criticizing me," you might say, "Those words were painful for me to hear." Vulnerability is disarming. It invites empathy instead of defensiveness. Mindful communication cultivates connection, not by winning arguments, but by strengthening understanding. Another practice is recognizing the power of tone. The same words delivered with harshness can harm, but spoken softly can heal. Your tone reveals your heart. Before speaking, ask, "What is the energy behind my words?" If the energy is anger, fear, or ego, wait. If it is clarity or compassion, speak. Deep listening, gentle speech, and honest expression form the core of mindful communication. But perhaps the most transformative element is presence. When you speak, be fully there. When you listen, be fully there. Distraction fractures communication. Presence repairs it. Imagine two people sitting together with full presence. Even without words, there is understanding. Even in silence, there is connection. This is the power of mindful communication. It transforms ordinary interactions into sacred exchanges. Over time, mindful communication reshapes relationships. Conflicts diminish. Trust deepens. Harshness softens. People feel safe in your presence because they know you speak with care and listen with sincerity. You become someone who brings calm rather than chaos, clarity rather than confusion. And as your communication becomes more mindful, another profound transformation begins. Your relationship with yourself changes. You start speaking to yourself more gently. You stop scolding yourself for mistakes. Your inner dialogue shifts from criticism to compassion. The conversation within becomes peaceful, and this inner peace radiates outward. From mindful communication arises a natural extension of wisdom, the practice of mindful action, bringing awareness not just to words and breath, but to every movement, every choice, every step you take in the world. If mindful communication is the way we touch others with our words, then mindful action is the way we touch the world with our presence. Every action, no matter how small, ripples outward, shaping not only our own lives, but also the lives of countless beings. The Buddha taught that our actions arise from the seeds planted within the mind: intention, awareness, compassion, and clarity. To act mindfully is to ensure that the seeds we water are those that lead to peace rather than suffering. Mindful action begins long before the body moves. It begins in the silent space where intention is born. So much of our suffering comes from acting automatically, reacting instead of responding, rushing instead of sensing, forcing instead of flowing. The untrained mind moves through life like a person running through a forest with eyes half closed, stumbling, tripping, and causing unintended harm. But mindful action is like walking through the same forest awake, seeing the path beneath each step, noticing the branches overhead, hearing the subtle symphony of the world. To act mindfully, you must first slow down. Not necessarily in speed, but in awareness. Before reaching for your phone, before replying to a message, before agreeing to a commitment, before offering criticism, pause and ask, does this action align with my deepest intention? Just this moment of pausing, this breath, can transform the outcome. It prevents impulsiveness and invites wisdom. Imagine holding a cup filled to the brim. Each movement must be deliberate so the water does not spill. This is the same with action. In each movement, ask yourself, am I acting from clarity or confusion, from compassion or fear, from presence or habit? Mindful action is not about perfection, it is about sincerity. Another aspect of mindful action is understanding consequences. Every action plants a seed in the soil of reality. Some seeds grow into flowers, others into thorns. The Buddha described this as karma, not a system of cosmic punishment, but the natural law of cause and effect. When you act with kindness, kindness returns in some form. When you act with impatience, impatience grows within you. Mindful action sees beyond the moment of choice to the moment of consequence. For example, imagine speaking harshly to someone in frustration. The words may leave your mouth in a second, but their impact may linger for hours, days, or years. Mindful action pauses long enough to consider not just your emotion, but their heart. Likewise, choosing a gentle action, even a small one, can open doors of healing you never anticipated. A hand offered, a smile, a moment of patience when someone is overwhelmed. A single mindful act can shift the internal weather of a person's entire day. But mindful action is not only directed outward, it must also be directed inward. Taking care of your body, resting when needed, nourishing yourself, setting boundaries. These are also mindful actions. Many spiritual seekers overlook this truth, confusing self-neglect with selflessness. But an exhausted heart cannot serve. A burnt-out mind cannot love. Mindful action honors your own well-being with the same reverence you offer to others. Mindful action also involves integrity, the alignment between your values and your behavior. It is one thing to understand compassion. It is another to embody it in moments of challenge. It is one thing to appreciate patience in theory. It is another to practice it when delays arise. Integration becomes real through action. Through action, teachings move from the mind into the muscles, into the breath, into the very shape of your daily life. There is a story of a monk who swept the monastery courtyard every morning before dawn. One day, a visitor asked him, "Why sweep so early? The leaves will fall again by afternoon." The monk smiled gently and replied, "Yes, but the act of sweeping clears the mind." The lesson is simple. Mindful action is less about the task itself and more about the quality of presence you bring to it. This presence transforms even mundane tasks into sacred rituals. Washing dishes becomes an opportunity to practice patience. Walking becomes an opportunity to feel the earth supporting you. Eating becomes a meditation on gratitude. Working becomes a practice of concentration. Each moment becomes a chance to return to yourself. Yet mindful action does not mean passivity. There are times when the heart must act boldly, must speak truth, protect the vulnerable, or advocate for fairness. Mindful action is courageous action, guided not by anger, but by clarity. When you act from mindfulness, your movement is steady, unclouded, rooted in compassion rather than reactivity. Another essential dimension of mindful action is surrendering attachment to outcomes. You act with full awareness, full sincerity, full heart, but you release the need for things to unfold according to your expectations. This is the union of effort and letting go. You do what is right without demanding control. When mindful action becomes part of your life, each day feels more grounded. Decisions become clearer. Conflicts become less overwhelming. You begin to trust yourself, not because you are perfect, but because you are present. Your actions reflect your inner truth. And as mindful action deepens, it naturally opens into the next teaching: mindful livelihood, the practice of aligning your work, your contributions, and your place in the world with your inner purpose. There is a place where the spiritual path meets the practical realities of human life, a place where our inner transformation must express itself in the outer world. This place is our livelihood, the work we do, the energy we exchange, the way we contribute to the great web of existence. In Buddhism, right livelihood is not merely about choosing the right job. It is about aligning your means of living with your deepest values, ensuring that the way you support yourself does not harm your heart or the hearts of others. Right livelihood is the art of earning a living without losing your soul. In the modern world, people often divide their lives into separate compartments: work, family, spirituality, rest. But the Buddha taught that these divisions are illusions. The way you speak to your coworkers, the choices you make under pressure, the intentions behind your career, all of these reflect your inner state. Work is not separate from practice. Work is practice. Mindful livelihood begins with a simple question: does the way I make a living contribute to well-being or to suffering? This question is not meant as a moral judgment, but as an invitation to look deeply. Does your work nourish life or deplete it? Does it align with honesty or require compromise? Does it uplift others or exploit them? Does it help your heart open or force it to close? These reflections do not demand drastic action overnight. They simply invite clarity. Right livelihood calls us to choose work that does not harm, deceive, manipulate, or destroy. In ancient times, this meant avoiding trades like selling weapons, trafficking living beings, or creating substances that cloud the mind. In today's world, the principles remain the same, but manifest differently. Work rooted in deceit, exploitation, environmental harm, or the manipulation of others' suffering will never bring peace to the one who performs it, no matter how much wealth it produces. But right livelihood is more than avoiding harm. It is about participating in the healing of the world. Each person contributes in their own way. A teacher nurtures the seeds of curiosity. A nurse eases pain. A farmer nourishes the body. An artist awakens imagination. A counselor listens to unspoken wounds. A parent raises the next generation with care. Even someone working in a quiet office contributes when they bring integrity, kindness, and presence into each action. Right livelihood asks, is my work aligned with my heart? Many people stay in jobs that drain their spirit because of fear. Fear of change, fear of failure, fear of scarcity. But right livelihood does not demand that you abandon your responsibilities. Instead, it invites you to move gradually toward alignment, making shifts where possible, bringing mindfulness into each task. Sometimes, right livelihood is not about changing your job, but changing the way you show up in your job. If you are a manager, you can lead with compassion, replacing intimidation with understanding. If you are a service worker, you can offer your presence as a gift to those you meet. If you are a business owner, you can choose fairness over profit-driven exploitation. If you are a creator, you can craft with integrity rather than ego. The meaning of work changes when the heart changes. And yet, cultivating right livelihood also requires deep honesty. If a job constantly requires you to betray your values, if it hardens your heart, if it forces you into cycles of dishonesty, then the spiritual path may gently urge you toward another direction. Such transitions need not be rushed, but they cannot be ignored. So often, suffering in livelihood arises not from lack of opportunity, but from lack of alignment. Another key aspect of right livelihood is understanding the interdependence of all work. No job exists in isolation. The food you eat is grown by someone's hands. The building you live in was raised by someone's labor. The clothes you wear were stitched by someone's time. When you understand the vast network of livelihoods that sustain your life, gratitude deepens. You see that you are not alone. You are part of a living tapestry woven through countless contributions. Right livelihood also teaches that wealth itself is not the problem. The Buddha never condemned abundance. What matters is how it is earned and how it is used. When wealth is gained through integrity, shared with generosity, and held with non-attachment, it becomes a tool for compassion. When it is gained through harm or clung to with fear, it becomes a source of suffering. Mindful livelihood includes mindful consumption. The choices you make as a customer support certain industries' behaviors and values. What you buy, whom you buy, from how often you buy. These are all subtle expressions of your ethics. Right livelihood includes right consumption. And there is another teaching hidden within this path, the dignity of labor. Spiritual practice does not place one kind of work above another. What matters is whether the work is infused with awareness. Sweeping a floor with mindfulness can bring more peace to the world than managing a corporation with greed. Holiness is found not in the task, but in the heart performing it. Right livelihood at its core is about harmony. Harmony between your inner truth and your outer actions. harmony between earning and integrity, harmony between serving yourself and serving the greater whole. When your work aligns with your heart, exhaustion transforms into meaningful effort. Stress transforms into engagement. Routine transforms into practice. You stop feeling torn between who you are and what you do. You begin to live as one whole being, authentic, grounded, and at peace. And from this harmony emerges the next great step on the path, learning how to navigate suffering with wisdom, not by resisting it, but by understanding its nature. If there is a single doorway through which every seeker must pass on the path to awakening, it is the doorway of suffering. Not because suffering is desirable, but because it is honest. It strips away illusions. It exposes our attachments. It reveals the hidden architecture of the mind. And for the Buddha, suffering was not a divine punishment, nor a flaw in existence. It was a teacher, a mirror, a guide pointing the way toward liberation. To understand suffering, we must first acknowledge its universality. No life escapes it. It is the thread connecting all beings. Joy fades, bodies weaken, relationships change expectations, crumble losses, accumulate fears, arise misunderstandings, distort. When the Buddha spoke of suffering dukkha, he did not refer only to obvious pain, but to the subtle unease woven into anything impermanent, anything conditioned, anything we cling to. Suffering appears in many forms. There is the suffering of pain, physical or emotional. There is the suffering of change, the ache that comes when something shifts before we are ready. There is the suffering of conditioning habits that keep us trapped in repetitive cycles. There is the suffering of identity, the tension created by protecting an ego we believe must remain solid. Understanding suffering does not mean wallowing in it. It means seeing it clearly. When we truly look into suffering, something extraordinary happens. It becomes less frightening. It becomes workable. Because what we see is not a monstrous force attacking us from the outside, but a natural process arising from causes and conditions. Imagine sitting by a window during a storm. Rain lashes, wind shakes the trees, thunder rolls overhead. If you stand outside in the storm, you will be soaked, battered, overwhelmed. But if you sit inside observing through the window, you understand the storm has its own life. It will rise, rumble, and pass. In the same way, when you observe suffering with awareness instead of fighting it, you realize, this is not me. This is a passing storm in the mind. One of the profound insights of Buddhism is that suffering arises from three roots: craving, aversion, and ignorance. Craving is the desire for things to be different, wanting more, wanting less, wanting something else. It creates restlessness, dissatisfaction, longing. Aversion is the rejection of reality, pushing away discomfort, resisting change, fearing loss. It tightens the heart and blinds the mind. Ignorance is the deep misunderstanding of reality, believing the self is fixed, believing permanence exists where it does not, believing happiness can be secured through external conditions. When we look deeply into our suffering, we can trace its origin to one of these roots. This recognition is empowering. It means suffering is not random. It can be understood, transformed, and transcended. Understanding suffering also requires compassion. Many people, when confronted with pain, judge themselves. I should be stronger. I shouldn't feel this way. Something is wrong with me. But suffering is not a personal flaw. It is part of being alive. When you soften toward your pain, a kind of spaciousness appears. Instead of drowning in it, you cradle it gently, like holding a wounded bird. The tenderness itself becomes healing. In meditation, suffering becomes a teacher. When an uncomfortable emotion arises, fear, anger, sadness, the habitual impulse is to avoid it or suppress it. But when you stay with it, observe its texture, its shape, its movement, something shifts. You begin to notice it changing moment by moment. You see that even intense emotions have gaps, moments of quiet between waves. This realization weakens their power. It is not suffering itself that harms us. It is the way we relate to it. When we resist suffering, it expands. When we cling to suffering, it cycles endlessly. But when we look directly, it softens. When we allow it, we understand it. And when we understand it, we are no longer trapped by it. Understanding suffering also creates compassion for others. When you see your own struggles clearly, you understand the struggles of others more deeply. You stop expecting people to act perfectly. You recognize that behind harsh words is often fear. Behind anger is pain. Behind distance is protection. Understanding suffering dissolves judgment, opening the heart wide. It is said that a person who sees suffering clearly becomes gentle, not weak, but tender, grounded, steady. Because they no longer fight life. They no longer fear the truth of impermanence. They open to what is, trusting that nothing arises without reason and nothing remains forever. And there is a hidden gift within suffering: transformation. Pain pushes us to grow. Loss reveals what truly matters. Fear teaches courage. Failure dissolves ego. Loneliness leads us inward. Sorrow deepens compassion. When you understand suffering, you stop running from it. You walk with it. You listen to it. You learn from it. Eventually, you even thank it not for hurting you, but for revealing the path to awakening. But understanding is only the first step. Once suffering is seen clearly, the next question naturally arises. Where does freedom from suffering come from? And so the path leads us to the next essential teaching: the cessation of suffering, the discovery of peace beyond conditions. There is a moment in every seeker's journey when, after looking deeply into the nature of suffering, a quiet yet revolutionary question arises. If suffering has a cause, can it also have an end? For the Buddha, this was not a philosophical curiosity, but a lived discovery. After years of searching, struggling, practicing, and surrendering, he found something profound. Freedom is possible, not in a distant heaven, not in some future lifetime, not reserved for saints, possible here and now in the present moment. The end of suffering is not the absence of difficulty, nor the elimination of pain. Pain is part of life. Bodies age, loved ones depart. Change unfolds whether we welcome it or not. But suffering, the mental tension, resistance, clinging, and distortion layered on top of pain that can end. Suffering is optional when wisdom is present. The Buddha described this freedom as nirodha, the cessation of suffering. But do not imagine this as a dramatic moment of enlightenment crashing like thunder. Often, the end of suffering appears like a soft sunrise, a gradual illumination. It arises each time the mind releases its grip and rests in the truth of things. To understand the end of suffering, we must look directly at what causes suffering: craving, aversion, and ignorance. When these roots weaken, suffering loosens naturally. The end of suffering is not an achievement. It is an unveiling. It is what remains when we stop feeding the patterns that bind us. Imagine holding a rope tightly with both hands. Your muscles ache, your fingers burn, your arms tremble. The rope is not hurting you. It is your grip that causes the pain. Letting go does not require force, it requires trust. The end of suffering is like releasing the rope. The relief is immediate, not because the external world changes, but because your relationship to it has changed. The end of suffering begins with letting go of craving the hunger for more, better, different. When you stop chasing the next achievement, the next possession, the next validation, you discover that peace was never missing. It was simply overshadowed by longing. It continues with letting go of aversion, the fear of discomfort, the resistance to change, the denial of reality. When you stop pushing away what you dislike, you find that discomfort is bearable. Emotions are movable, and life is far more generous than you once believed. And it deepens by dissolving ignorance, not through intellectual knowledge, but through direct seeing. When you see clearly that everything is impermanent, that the self is fluid, that life is interconnected, the foundations of suffering crumble. The end of suffering does not mean the end of emotions. You will still feel sadness, joy, anger, love, disappointment. But these emotions will no longer imprison you. They will move through you like clouds across a vast sky. The sky is untouched by the storm. You are the sky. Emotions are the weather. There is a quiet freedom in knowing you can feel deeply without being overwhelmed, without losing yourself, without clinging. This freedom is the end of suffering. Another profound aspect of the end of suffering is forgiveness, releasing old wounds that you have carried for years. Many people suffer more from the memory of pain than the pain itself. But when you forgive not to excuse, but to free yourself, you step out of the story that once defined you. You breathe again. You live again. A further dimension is understanding that peace does not depend on external circumstances. When the mind stops demanding that life be different, peace arises naturally. Peace is not something to chase. It is something to allow. It is already here beneath the noise of our desires and fears. Imagine a lake with churning waves. When the wind stops, the water becomes still. Not because something new was added, but because agitation ceased. The mind is the same. When craving and aversion quiet, the natural state of the mind, calm, clear, luminous, emerges. The end of suffering is also the end of the belief that I am separate. When you experience interconnectedness deeply, the walls around the heart dissolve. You no longer feel at odds with the world. You move with life instead of against it. Compassion becomes effortless. Love flows without fear. This freedom is not passive. It is not indifference. It is an engaged peace, a peace that sees clearly, loves fully, and acts wisely. A peace that accepts the truth of impermanence and yet embraces the beauty of each moment. One of the great misunderstandings is thinking that the end of suffering is a final destination. But freedom unfolds in layers. Each moment of letting go is a moment of liberation. Each breath of clarity is a breath of freedom. Each time you choose presence over reactivity, peace over impulse, compassion over ego, you taste the end of suffering. And this tasting encourages you to continue to practice, to return to refine your awareness. Slowly, gently, suffering loses its grip, not because life changed, but because you changed. As the mind becomes free, your relationship with the world transforms. Challenges remain, but they do not devastate you. Uncertainty arises, but it does not destabilize you. Loss occurs, but it does not destroy you. You learn to meet everything with equanimity, acceptance, and understanding. From this foundation of freedom, we naturally move into the next teaching, how to live joyfully within the truth of impermanence and interconnectedness, not by escaping life, but by embracing it fully. there is a gentle truth that waits patiently for us, hidden beneath layers of distraction, memory, longing, and expectation. The present moment is the only place life truly exists. The past is a story held in the mind. The future is a dream not yet formed, but the present, the breath entering and leaving the body, the feeling of the ground beneath your feet, the soft rhythm of the heart. This is where life unfolds. This is where freedom becomes possible. Yet for most people, the present is the place they visit least. The mind wanders endlessly, reliving old wounds, rehearsing future conversations, comparing planning, fearing, craving. It scatters itself across time, forgetting that peace cannot be found in memory or imagination. Peace lives only here in the immediacy of now. To live fully in the present moment does not require effort in the traditional sense. It requires returning from the noise of thought to the stillness beneath it, returning from the movie of the mind to the realness of experience, returning from illusion to truth. The present moment is always here, waiting untouched by the turbulence of yesterday or tomorrow. But why is it so hard to stay present? Because the present moment is unfamiliar to the conditioned mind. For years, even decades, we have been trained to chase after the next thing, to seek fulfillment in places where it cannot be found. Presence feels like stopping, and stopping feels like losing control. The ego fears this stillness, because in stillness, the ego dissolves. Yet only in stillness can we see clearly. Imagine a glass jar filled with water and sand. Shake the jar, and the sand swirls wildly, clouding the water. Let the jar sit undisturbed, and the sand settles naturally. Clarity arises not through force, but through non-interference. The mind is the same. When we stop shaking it with constant thought, emotion, and distraction, clarity emerges on its own. Living fully in the present moment begins with awareness of the body. The body is always here. It cannot live in the past or future. When your mind wanders gently, return to the sensations of breathing, the rise and fall of your chest, the coolness of air entering your nostrils, the warmth leaving. This simple attention anchors you in reality. Next, expand awareness to the senses. The soundscape around you, from distant wind to subtle hums, the colors and shapes before your eyes, the feeling of clothes against your skin, the taste lingering on your tongue, the scent of the air. These sensory experiences are gateways into presence. They bring you back to the richness of now. Presence is not a passive state. It is a luminous aliveness. When fully present, you see the world differently. Colors appear more vivid. Emotions become more understandable. Conversations feel deeper. Even mundane tasks, washing hands, tying shoes, sipping water, carry quiet beauty. But living in the present moment is not just about savoring pleasant experiences. It is about being with whatever arises: joy, sadness, frustration, peace with open awareness. When you resist a moment, you suffer. When you enter it fully, even discomfort becomes workable. Consider a moment of sadness. The habitual mind pushes it away, fearing its intensity. But if you stay with it, feeling it without judgment, you discover layers within it: tenderness, longing, humanity. Paradoxically, by fully allowing the moment loses its power to overwhelm. What you embrace dissolves, what you resist persists. The same applies to joy. Many people experience joy only partially because they fear it will fade. They brace for its loss instead of experiencing its fullness. Presence allows you to savor joy without clinging, knowing it is impermanent, yet still precious. Living fully in the present moment also means letting go of the mental commentary that overlays experience. The mind constantly labels, evaluates, categorizes. This is good. This is bad. This shouldn't be happening. I wish this moment were different. But these labels distort reality. When you drop them, even briefly, life becomes more spacious. Look at a tree without naming it a tree. Look at the sky without calling it sky. Listen to a sound without identifying its source. Suddenly, the world opens. Experience becomes direct, unfiltered. This is presence. Another powerful aspect of present moment living is recognizing that now is the only place where transformation can occur. You cannot change the past. You cannot act in the future. Only this moment offers the opportunity for awakening compassion, forgiveness, understanding, and healing. If you want to build patience, it must happen here. If you want to cultivate kindness, it must happen here. If you want to release anger, the release must happen here. If you want to awaken, awakening can only happen now. Many people postpone their freedom. I'll practice mindfulness when life settles. I'll be kinder when others deserve it. I'll rest when everything is finished. I'll be present when things are calmer. But life rarely arranges itself according to our preferences. Waiting for the perfect moment is a subtle form of resistance. The perfect moment is always now. Even if the mind is restless, even if the heart is aching, even if the body is tired, presence is available in every condition. Presence also teaches humility. When you are truly in the moment, you realize how vast life is and how small the self's demands really are. You stop taking things personally. You stop assuming permanence. You stop believing that control is the source of safety. Presence grounds you in truth. Life is unfolding with profound intelligence, and you are part of that unfolding, not separate from it. Living fully in the present moment is not about renouncing goals or abandoning responsibilities. It means performing each action with awareness instead of rushing through life lost in mental noise. You still move toward the future, but you do so consciously, not compulsively. Even planning can be mindful when you plan from clarity rather than anxiety. Even remembering can be mindful when you remember with acceptance instead of regret. Presence does not erase the past or future. It puts them in their appropriate place. As presence deepens, you begin to feel life rather than think about it. You begin to trust life rather than fight it. You begin to flow with life rather than resist it. And from this deepening presence emerges a natural next teaching: mindful stillness, the art of resting in being rather than doing, learning to find nourishment in silence itself. Within every human life exists a sacred space, quiet, vast, unshaken by circumstances, yet most people never visit it. This sacred space is stillness, the deep silence beneath the noise of the world and the noise of the mind. To touch this stillness is to touch the essence of the spiritual path. For stillness is not the absence of life, but the presence of awareness. It is the place where wisdom is born, where clarity sharpens, where the heart finds rest. In our modern world, stillness has become rare. Everything urges movement, constant activity, endless stimulation, perpetual urgency. People rush through their days as if chased by something invisible. They fear stopping because stopping means feeling, facing, noticing. But what they fail to see is that stillness is not a withdrawal. It is a return to the ground of being, to the truth beneath appearances. Stillness is not emptiness. It is fullness without distraction. Imagine a lake at dawn, no wind, no ripples, just the perfect reflection of mountains and sky. In such stillness you can see clearly. The mind is the same. When thoughts settle, wisdom reflects naturally. You do not have to force clarity. You simply stop disturbing the water. The power of stillness begins with the recognition that silence is not something you create, it is something you uncover. Silence is always present beneath the surface noise, like the ocean beneath waves. Waves rise and fall, but the ocean remains vast, steady, deep. Thoughts come and go, but awareness remains spacious, calm, unbound. To experience stillness, you do not need to sit in a cave or retreat from society. You simply pause. Pause between breaths. Pause between thoughts. Pause between reactions. Pause before speaking. Pause before choosing. In these pauses, the mind returns home. Stillness arises when you stop trying to fix the moment, when you stop wrestling with your emotions, when you stop demanding that life be different. When you allow things to be exactly as they are, something remarkable happens. The inner noise begins to fade. What remains is presence. But stillness is not passive. It has its own intelligence. In stillness, emotions reveal their true shape. In stillness, insights surface naturally. In stillness, you see what you could not see before because the mind was too loud. Imagine a snow globe shaken vigorously. The flakes swirl chaotically, obscuring the view inside. Set the globe down, and the snow settles. The scene becomes clear. Stillness is that settling. Many people fear stillness because they expect it to be empty or boring. But when you enter it, you discover richness, subtle sensations, soft emotions, delicate shifts in awareness. Stillness is not barren. It is alive. It is the ground from which creativity, compassion, and wisdom bloom. There is also healing in stillness. The nervous system softens, the breath deepens, the heart unclenches. Unprocessed emotions rise and fall like waves greeting the shore. The body, long burdened by tension, begins to release what it has held for years. In stillness, what was unconscious becomes conscious, not to frighten you, but to free you. Stillness teaches patience. You learn that not everything needs immediate resolution. Some answers appear only when the mind has quieted. Some clarity emerges only when you stop searching. In stillness, you begin to trust the natural unfolding of life. Stillness also teaches humility. You come face to face with your limits, your inability to control, to predict, to force outcomes. Yet this humility is liberating. It allows you to surrender, to soften, to let go of the illusion of control. You begin to move with life rather than against it. Another gift of stillness is spaciousness. When the mind quiets, problems that once felt overwhelming appear smaller, more workable. You see that between stimulus and reaction, there is a vast space. In this space lies freedom. In this space lies choice. Stillness expands this space. Even in the midst of activity, stillness can exist. The Buddha did not teach withdrawal from life. He taught presence within life. You can be washing dishes, walking in a busy street, speaking with a loved one, and stillness can be there underlying every movement. This inner stillness transforms chaos into clarity, confusion into wisdom. As stillness deepens, you begin to sense the interconnectedness of all things. The boundaries between self and world soften. You feel part of something larger, life itself. From stillness arises compassion, because you see the shared human journey. From stillness arises equanimity, because your peace is no longer dependent on external conditions. And perhaps the most profound revelation is this stillness is your true nature. It is not something you achieve, it is something you remember. Beneath the layers of thought, emotion, and identity, there is a silent awareness that has always been present. When you rest in this awareness, suffering loses its power. You see thoughts as clouds, emotions as waves, problems as passing weather. Stillness is the home you have been searching for, even while wandering through noise. From this place of quiet depth, a new understanding unfolds: the art of mindful movement, learning to carry stillness into action, into walking, into living. Movement and stillness are not opposites. They are partners dancing within the rhythm of awareness. If stillness is the deep ocean within you, then movement is the gentle wave rising from that depth. Many people believe mindfulness belongs only to moments of quiet sitting meditation, slow breathing, silent contemplation. But the Buddha taught a different truth. Every movement is an opportunity for awakening. The body is not separate from the mind. It is the doorway back into presence. When you move with awareness, you discover that the divine is not found outside of life, but within each gesture, each step, each breath. Mindful movement begins with something simple yet profound: feeling the body from the inside. Most people live disconnected from their physical experience, moving automatically, driven by habit. The body walks while the mind races. The body eats while the mind thinks. The body reaches for objects while the mind replays old conversations. But when attention returns to the body, movement becomes alive, intimate, sacred. Imagine walking slowly across a room. Instead of thinking about your destination, feel each foot touching the ground. Feel the shift of weight, the gentle contraction and release of muscles, the stability of the earth beneath you. Suddenly, a simple step becomes a meditation, an expression of presence. You are no longer rushing through life. You are inhabiting it. The Buddha often taught walking meditation not as an alternative to sitting practice, but as its partner. He understood that movement supports awareness, just as stillness does. When the mind feels restless, movement can anchor it. When the heart feels heavy, movement can soften it. When life feels overwhelming, movement can ground it. Mindful movement is not restricted to slow or graceful actions. It can be present in all forms of movement: the deliberate lifting of a cup to your lips, the rhythm of sweeping a floor, the bowing of your head in gratitude, the bending to tie your shoes, the stretch of waking limbs in the morning, the pace of your footsteps on a busy street. What matters is not style, but presence. When you move mindfully, you begin to feel the impermanence woven into every action. No posture lasts. No movement repeats exactly the same. The body constantly adjusts, shifts, recalibrates, a living reminder of change. This understanding naturally reduces attachment. How can you cling to anything when every moment dissolves into the next? Mindful movement also reveals the interconnectedness of body and mind. When the mind is agitated, the body tightens, jaw clenched, shoulders raised, breath shallow. When the mind softens, the body loosens. You begin to see that tension is not just physical, it carries emotional history. Mindful movement allows these tensions to surface and release quietly without force. Another profound dimension of mindful movement is embodiment, the experience of fully inhabiting your physical form without judgment. Many people live at war with their bodies, criticizing, comparing, rejecting. Mindful movement invites reconciliation. You begin to appreciate your body as an instrument of experience, a companion on your journey. Instead of treating it as an obstacle, you honor it as a teacher, This embodied awareness also cultivates safety. When you feel grounded in the body, emotions become less overwhelming. Thoughts lose their power to drag you into spirals. You become anchored, steady, present. The body becomes your sanctuary, a place you can return to when the mind storms. Mindful movement is also a practice of gentleness. The body responds to kindness. When you move with care, the body relaxes. When you push yourself aggressively, the body resists. Gentleness helps you find balance between effort and ease, between discipline and softness, between strength and surrender. Consider the movement of breath. Breathing is the most constant movement in your life, a rhythm that continues even when you are unaware. When you bring mindfulness to the breath, feeling the rising, expanding, releasing, you synchronize body and mind. This is the essence of meditation in motion. Mindful movement also supports emotional transformation. Each emotion has a physical expression. Anxiety tightens, grief contracts, joy expands. When you move mindfully, you can feel these patterns without being consumed by them. Movement becomes a way of befriending your inner world. Instead of suppressing emotions, you move with them. Instead of holding on to them, you let them flow. In relationships, mindful movement creates a subtle shift. You enter a room with softer energy. You reach out with more consideration. You sit with more presence. Others feel this without you saying a word. Your very posture becomes a form of communication, one that speaks of grounding, openness, and peace. Over time, mindful movement extends into every corner of life. Washing vegetables becomes meditation. Folding laundry becomes practice. Walking to your car becomes prayer. Even moments of difficulty, waiting in line, sitting in traffic, experiencing frustration, become opportunities to return to the body and awaken presence. This way of moving through the world is deeply freeing. You no longer feel trapped in your thoughts or pushed around by circumstances. You inhabit your life with intention. You trust your steps because they are grounded in awareness. And as mindful movement matures, you discover something profound. Every movement contains the potential for liberation. Every gesture can express compassion. Every step can be a step toward awakening. Movement, when guided by awareness, becomes a bridge between inner transformation and outer expression. From this embodied awareness arises the next natural teaching: mindful relationships, bringing presence, compassion, and wisdom into the delicate, beautiful, and sometimes challenging dynamics between ourselves and others. Human relationships are among the most profound teachers we encounter on the spiritual path. They reveal our hidden wounds, mirror our unconscious patterns, challenge our assumptions, and expand our capacity to love. No amount of solitary meditation can replace the lessons learned in connection with others, because relationships are where the teachings of mindfulness, compassion, patience, and presence are tested and transformed into lived wisdom. Mindful relationships do not mean perfect harmony or conflict-free interactions. Instead, they reflect the willingness to meet each moment of connection with awareness, honesty, and an open heart. They are relationships rooted not in clinging or avoidance, but in understanding. At the heart of mindful relationships is presence. Presence is the greatest gift you can offer another being. When you are fully present with someone without your mind drifting to past grievances or future worries, they feel it. They feel seen. They feel valued. They feel safe. And this safety opens the space for genuine connection. Presence means listening deeply, not waiting to respond. It means being aware of your own emotions as they arise: anger, irritation, joy, warmth, without letting them hijack your words. It means noticing when your ego wants to defend itself, interrupt, or win, and choosing instead to soften, breathe, and stay open. Mindful relationships also require non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean detachment or indifference. It means loving without trying to control. It means appreciating someone without expecting them to fulfill every need. It means allowing others to change, evolve, and express themselves freely. In this space, love becomes spacious rather than suffocating. Connection becomes a dance rather than a chain. Non-attachment teaches us to honor the impermanence of relationships. Even lifelong bonds evolve. People grow in different directions. Roles shift. Needs change. When you embrace impermanence, you stop holding others hostage to who they used to be. You meet them anew, moment by moment. Another pillar of mindful relationships is compassion, the willingness to see the suffering beneath another's words or actions. When someone lashes out instead of reacting with equal force, compassion invites you to ask, what pain is speaking through this person right now? This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it opens a path to understanding and reduces unnecessary conflict. Compassion softens your heart, helping you respond rather than react. Mindful relationships also thrive on honest communication. Honesty is not bluntness. It is clarity delivered with kindness. It means expressing your needs without accusation. It means setting boundaries without anger. It means sharing your truth without forcing agreement. When communication is rooted in honesty and care, relationships deepen naturally. For example, instead of, "You never support me," mindful communication says, "When I face difficulty, I long for support from you." Instead of, "You always criticize me," mindful communication says, "Those words were painful for me to hear." Instead of, "You don't care," mindful communication says, "I feel disconnected, and I want us to understand each other better." These subtle shifts open doors that defensiveness closes. Mindful relationships also embrace imperfection in yourself and others. Many people suffer because they expect perfection: perfect partner, perfect friend, perfect family, perfect self. But mindful relationships recognize that everyone is carrying unseen struggles. Everyone is learning. Everyone is healing. When you allow imperfection, love becomes more compassionate, more real. Forgiveness is another essential component. No relationship survives without it. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or tolerating harm. It means releasing the tight grip of resentment so the heart can breathe again. In mindful relationships, forgiveness becomes an ongoing practice, a gentle letting go each time the mind brings up old hurts. Boundaries are equally important. Many people misunderstand boundaries as walls. But in mindfulness, boundaries are expressions of clarity and self-respect. They protect your well-being while honoring the dignity of others. Boundaries prevent resentment from brewing and allow love to flow without distortion. Another profound aspect of mindful relationships is self-awareness. You cannot be present with another if you are disconnected from yourself. Mindful relationships begin with knowing your patterns, your triggers, your needs, your wounds. When you understand yourself, you can communicate clearly, love authentically, and refrain from projecting your pain onto others. Consider this truth. Your relationship with others can only be as conscious as your relationship with yourself. Mindful relationships, therefore, require inner work, reflection, healing, compassion toward your inner child, understanding your shadows. As you grow internally, your external relationships transform naturally. Mindfulness also teaches us to appreciate others. Appreciation is a subtle but powerful nourishment for any relationship. When you notice the goodness in someone, whether in their patience, their kindness, their laughter, their resilience, and you express that appreciation sincerely, the relationship blossoms. Appreciation turns ordinary moments into sacred ones. Mindful relationships also involve letting go of expectations. Expectations create disappointment. When you expect someone to understand your needs without expressing them to behave according to your preferences to evolve on your timeline, you create unnecessary suffering for both sides. Letting go of expectations invites openness and curiosity. Above all, mindful relationships are relationships in which love is guided by awareness, not by fear. Fear creates clinging jealousy, control insecurity. Awareness creates spaciousness, trust, connection, and freedom. Mindful relationships honor both togetherness and individuality. They allow each person to grow, to breathe, to unfold. And as your relationships become more mindful, something extraordinary happens. Your capacity to love expands beyond the boundaries of personal connection. You begin to feel compassion for strangers, empathy for distant suffering, and concern for the well-being of all beings. Your heart becomes inclusive, wide like the sky. From here, the journey naturally expands into mindful compassion for the collective, the world as a whole. And this leads us into the next teaching: loving kindness for all beings, the universalization of compassion. There is a moment on the spiritual path when the heart begins to widen beyond the borders of personal preference, beyond the boundaries of my people, beyond the familiar circle of those we love easily. In this widening, something miraculous unfolds: the recognition that all beings without exception seek happiness and wish to avoid suffering. This simple truth dissolves the illusion of separation and becomes the foundation of universal loving kindness, a boundless compassion that embraces the world. Universal loving kindness, known in Buddhism as metta, is not sentimental or shallow. It is not mere goodwill or politeness. It is a profound orientation of the heart, a willingness to hold all beings in compassion, even those who challenge us, even those we may never meet, even those we believe undeserving. Metta arises not from obligation, but from understanding we are all connected by the shared vulnerability of existence. Imagine standing on a hill overlooking a vast valley at dusk. Countless lights flicker in distant homes. Each light represents a life, hopes, fears, joys, struggles. When the heart softens enough to sense this interconnectedness, loving kindness expands naturally. It is no longer my love, but love itself moving through you. The practice of universal loving kindness begins with intention. You sit quietly, breathe gently, and generate a sincere wish. May all beings be safe. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings experience love. At first, these phrases may feel like words, but over time they become a vibration, a steady warmth that fills the chest, radiates outward, and touches the world in subtle ways. We begin where the heart can open most easily with ourselves. Many practitioners skip this step, believing self-love is selfish or unnecessary. But metta cannot blossom in a heart at war with itself. When you offer loving kindness inward, may I be well, may I be at ease, you plant the first seeds of compassion. A heart softened toward itself can soften toward the world. From there, we extend loving kindness to those we love naturally, family, friends, mentors. This stage often feels joyful, warm, but the practice deepens as we extend it to neutral people, those whose names we do not know, faces we barely notice: the delivery driver, the cashier, the person walking past you on a quiet street. When we recognize their humanity, neutrality becomes connection. Then comes the most transformative stage, extending loving kindness to difficult people, not to condone harmful actions, but to acknowledge their suffering. A person who causes harm is not free. They are driven by fear, ignorance, or unhealed wounds. By offering loving kindness, we do not excuse behavior. We choose not to add hatred to the world. This is radical compassion, a compassion that refuses to exclude. Finally, we extend loving kindness to all beings everywhere, those in joy and those in sorrow, those in war and those in peace, those beginning life and those nearing death, those who feel loved and those who feel forgotten. This universal embrace dissolves the illusion that we are separate islands. Loving kindness becomes the ocean that holds us all. Universal loving kindness is not theoretical. It changes how you move through the world. You speak more gently, you judge less quickly, you soften when others are harsh, you help when you can, you stop wishing harm even in anger. Your compassion becomes instinctive. Most people walk through life guarded, afraid to be hurt, afraid to be open. But loving kindness is courageous. It asks you to open even when the world feels uncertain. It asks you to trust that compassion is not weakness. It is strength in its purest form. The more you practice loving kindness, the more it becomes your natural state. You begin to look at strangers and silently bless them. You hear of suffering across the world, and your heart reaches out. You see animals not as lesser beings, but as companions on this fragile journey of life. Even plants, forests, rivers, oceans become part of your compassion. In this way, loving kindness becomes ecological, global, universal. It is not confined to humans. It extends to all who breathe, all who grow, all who move, all who exist. This is the vast heart the Buddha spoke of, a heart as wide as the sky. And yet, universal loving kindness is not only outward, it radiates inward too. As you send compassion outward, the heart warms from within. Metta is self-healing. The act of wishing others peace cultivates peace within you. Offering love becomes receiving love. Over time, universal loving kindness reshapes your entire worldview. You stop seeing life as a battle, competition, or hierarchy. You see it as a shared journey, a shared fragility, a shared longing. And when the heart awakens to this truth, it becomes impossible to ignore another dimension of spiritual life: interdependence, the reality that nothing exists alone, and everything affects everything else. This leads us naturally into the next teaching: understanding the web of interconnected existence, the deep Buddhist insight known as interbeing. There is a moment on the path of awakening when the mind softens, the heart widens, and a profound realization begins to dawn. Nothing in this universe exists alone. Not a single leaf, not a single breath, not a single moment of joy or sorrow. Everything arises from countless conditions, countless interactions, countless unseen forces woven together in an intricate tapestry of life. This is the truth of interbeing, a term modern teachers use to describe an ancient Buddhist insight. To be is to interbe. Interbeing is not philosophy. It is the lived understanding that you are the continuation of everything that has ever touched you, and everything you touch continues through you. When you breathe in, you inhale air exhaled by trees. When you drink water, you drink the memory of clouds, rivers, ancient oceans. When you speak, Your voice carries the influence of every person who has shaped your heart. You are not a separate entity drifting through life. You are a field of relationships, constantly exchanging, influencing, transforming. Imagine a single sheet of paper. At first glance, it appears simple, but look deeply within it. You will see sunlight rain the soil that nourished the tree, the logger who cut the wood, the workers who processed it, the machines they used, the ancestors who invented those machines, the teachers who taught the workers, the parents who raised those teachers. The paper cannot exist independently. It contains the entire universe. In the same way, you contain the entire universe. Every joy you've felt emerged from conditions that began long before you. Every sorrow, too, is shaped by forces beyond your control. Interbeing teaches humility, compassion, and awe. At the personal level, interbeing dissolves the illusion of a solid, separate self. You are not fixed. You are a fluid expression of everything you've encountered: your culture, your family, your joys, your wounds, your choices, your environment. You are constantly becoming. When you understand this, self-judgment softens. How can you hate yourself when you see that yourself is made of countless non-you elements? Interbeing also transforms relationships. Instead of seeing others as separate or adversarial, you begin to see them as extensions of your own existence. Their suffering touches you because it resonates with your own vulnerability. Their joy uplifts you because it mirrors your own longing for happiness. Conflict becomes an opportunity for understanding rather than division. When someone harms you, interbeing helps you see their action as a product of their own suffering, conditioning, or confusion, not as a reflection of your worth. This does not excuse harm, but it liberates you from taking it personally. You stop asking, "Why are they doing this to me?" and begin asking, "What pain is moving through them?" Interbeing also deepens gratitude. When you eat a meal, you feel the presence of farmers, transport workers, cooks, sunshine, soil, rain. You feel connected to the chain of life that made your nourishment possible. Gratitude naturally arises not as a forced emotion, but as the recognition of truth. Interbeing also changes how you treat the earth. When you realize that the air you breathe is the breath of trees, that the water you drink is the earth's bloodstream, that the soil beneath your feet is the body of the planet, caring for nature becomes caring for yourself. Environmental mindfulness emerges naturally. You cannot harm the earth without harming your own future. There is a softness that comes with understanding interbeing, a gentleness toward life. You stop expecting perfection because everything exists in dynamic relationship. You stop isolating yourself because you see the support beneath every step. You stop fearing change because change is simply the shifting of interwoven conditions. Interbeing also dissolves loneliness. Even when you are physically alone, you are held by the presence of countless beings, ancestors who shaped your lineage, teachers who shared wisdom, friends whose kindness echoes in your heart. Their influence lives within you. Their love continues through you. Loneliness transforms into belonging. But interbeing is more than connection. It is responsibility. Because everything you do ripples outward, your actions matter. A single kind word may brighten a stranger's day, which may soften their interaction with someone else, which may uplift yet another person. Compassion spreads. So does harm. Understanding interbeing invites you to choose wisely. The Buddha taught that a person who understands interbeing walks gently, speaks kindly, and acts with awareness because they know that nothing they do is isolated. Every step is a step on the body of the earth. Every word is a seed in the mind of another being. Every choice shapes the future of countless lives. Interbeing also holds profound implications for healing. Your healing is not just for you. When you heal, you break cycles of suffering passed down through generations. You plant seeds of understanding that will grow long after you're gone. Your healing becomes a gift to the world. And as you understand interbeing more deeply, you begin to sense something even more luminous. The flow of life itself moving through you, unbroken, ancient, vast. This leads to the next teaching: how to live in harmony with this flow, moving not with resistance, but with alignment. There is a quiet wisdom in nature that the human heart longs to remember, a wisdom that teaches us how to move through the world with grace instead of resistance, with openness instead of fear. This wisdom is the art of flowing with life. When we flow with life, we stop fighting what is already unfolding. We release the illusion that we must control every outcome. We learn to move as water moves, soft, adaptable, yet powerful beyond measure. To flow with life is not to give up, nor to become passive. It is to align yourself with the natural rhythm of existence rather than struggling against it. Most suffering arises not from circumstances themselves, but from our insistence that they should be different. Flowing with life means loosening this grip, allowing reality to breathe, and trusting that each moment carries its own intelligence. Consider a river. When a rock falls into its path, the river does not protest. It does not force its way through the stone. It simply flows around it, reshaping itself to meet reality. Over time, the river may even wear the stone down, not through aggression, but through persistent softness. This is the power of flowing. It transforms without violence, adapts without losing itself, and continues its journey unhindered. When we resist life, we become rigid. When we flow, we become resilient. Flowing with life begins with acceptance, not resignation, but clarity. Acceptance is the recognition that this moment is already here. No amount of wishing, arguing, or denying can change the present. Acceptance frees the energy trapped in resistance and redirects it toward wise action. It is from acceptance, not avoidance, that true change becomes possible. Another dimension of flowing with life is flexibility. The mind clings to fixed plans, fixed identities, fixed expectations. When life shifts, and it always does, rigidity creates suffering. Flexibility allows you to adapt, to pivot, to respond rather than react. A flexible mind can bend without breaking. Flexibility also means releasing the need to always be right, to always be in control, to always have certainty. The ego fears uncertainty, but the heart thrives within it. When you embrace not knowing, life becomes more spacious, more fluid, more alive. Flowing with life also involves listening deeply to the subtle currents within and around you. There are moments to act and moments to rest, moments to speak and moments to remain silent, moments to hold on and moments to let go. When you tune into the rhythm of life through intuition, through mindfulness, through the felt sense of your heart, you begin to sense when to move and when to be still. This deep listening prevents unnecessary struggle. Instead of forcing outcomes, you begin to cooperate with life itself. Flowing with life also means honoring change. Everything is impermanent: emotions, relationships, seasons, circumstances, even identities. When you flow with change, you experience its beauty rather than its threat. You see endings not as failures, but as transitions. You see beginnings not as risks, but as opportunities. Change becomes an ally rather than an enemy. One of the most profound aspects of flowing with life is letting go of control. Human beings often cling to the belief that controlling everything will bring safety. But in truth, the tighter we grip, the more fragile we become. Letting go does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop forcing. You learn to trust that life has its own timing, its own wisdom, its own unfolding. Trust becomes the foundation of flow. You trust that difficulties have lessons. You trust that uncertainty holds possibility. You trust that life supports your evolution even when the path feels unclear. This trust softens fear and turns anxiety into openness. Flowing with life also cultivates gratitude. When you stop resisting the present moment, you begin to notice its gifts. A quiet evening becomes nourishing. A conversation becomes meaningful. A challenge becomes illuminating. Gratitude is not something you add, it's something that surfaces when resistance fades. In relationships, flowing with life allows you to meet others where they are not where you wish they were. You accept their growth, their limitations, their timing. Instead of forcing connection, you allow connection. Instead of clinging, you hold gently. This transforms relationships from transactional to sacred. Emotionally flowing with life means allowing emotions to arise and pass without clinging or suppressing. Anger, sadness, joy, fear, all are waves in the ocean of awareness. When you flow with them, they move through you naturally. When you resist them, they linger painfully. Spiritual growth also relies on flow. Awakening cannot be forced. Insight arises when the mind is ready, when conditions align, when the heart softens enough to receive. Flowing with life means trusting your path, trusting your pace, trusting your unfolding. As flowing becomes a way of being, life feels less like a struggle and more like a dance. You move with circumstances, you adapt to the moment. You embrace the mystery. You stop demanding that life be predictable and begin appreciating its spontaneity. And as you deepen into this flow, a new question arises. What guides the flow of a wise life? What inner compass helps you navigate choices, relationships, challenges, and aspirations? This leads us naturally to the next teaching, discovering inner wisdom and aligning with it. There comes a turning point on the spiritual path when the seeker begins to trust not just teachings, not just teachers, not just external guidance, but something deeper, something quieter, yet far more intimate, the wisdom within. This inner guidance is not loud. It does not argue, threaten, or demand. It whispers. It feels like a gentle pull, a subtle knowing, a calm clarity beneath the noise of thought. To discover this inner wisdom is to find a compass that never fails, a lantern that never goes out. Many people search endlessly for answers outside themselves, books, philosophies, mentors, traditions. These supports are valuable, but they are stepping stones, not destinations. The Buddha did not ask his disciples to worship him. He urged them to look within, to verify everything through their own experience. He said, "Be a lamp unto yourselves." Inner guidance is that lamp, but if inner wisdom exists within everyone, why do so few hear it? Because the mind is loud and the heart is quiet. Because fear shouts and intuition whispers. Because the world distracts and awareness requires stillness. To discover inner guidance, the first step is deep listening. Listening not with the ears, but with the whole being. You learn to listen beneath the surface of thoughts, to the spaciousness, the subtle impressions, the wordless clarity that arises when the mind softens. This is not imagination. This is the natural intelligence of awareness. Inner guidance often comes as a felt sense, a sensation in the chest expanding in ease or tightening in discomfort. The body speaks the truth before the mind interprets it. When something aligns with your deeper nature, there is a sense of openness, spaciousness, a quiet yes. When something is out of alignment, there is contraction, agitation, a subtle no. This is intuition, a wise messenger carrying signals from the deeper mind. Another aspect of inner guidance is discernment. Discernment is not judgment, it is clarity. It sees things as they are without distortion. It recognizes when actions arise from fear versus love, when words stem from ego versus compassion, when decisions are reactive versus grounded. Discernment prevents you from being swayed by impulses, illusions, or external pressures. Inner guidance also requires self-trust, a quality many lose early in life through criticism conditioning or trauma. When you trust yourself, you trust your ability to navigate challenges, to learn from mistakes, to grow through uncertainty. You stop outsourcing your inner authority. Instead of asking, "What should I do?" you begin to ask, "What feels true? What feels wise? What feels aligned with who I am becoming?" To hear inner guidance, you must cultivate stillness. Wisdom cannot be accessed in chaos. It arises in quiet moments, while breathing, while walking slowly, while sitting under a tree, while waking in the early dawn. The quieter the mind, the louder the truth becomes. Meditation becomes a bridge to inner wisdom. In meditation, the whirlwind of thoughts settles, revealing subtle insights, usually drowned out by mental noise. Over time, you recognize the difference between thoughts driven by fear and guidance arising from awareness. Fear is urgent, impatient, loud. Wisdom is calm, patient, steady. Inner guidance also flourishes when you live in alignment with ethical integrity. When your actions are harmful or dishonest, inner wisdom becomes clouded. Shame, guilt, or anxiety interfere with clarity. But when you practice kindness, honesty, compassion, and mindfulness, the heart becomes transparent and wisdom flows more freely. Another dimension of inner guidance is the capacity to welcome uncertainty. The inner voice does not reveal the entire path at once. It gives the next step, not the whole journey. This demands trust. Many people ignore inner guidance because it lacks detailed guarantees. But wisdom rarely speaks in guarantees. It speaks in direction. Learning to follow small, intuitive steps opens the path for greater clarity. It is like walking through fog. Only the next few feet are visible, but when you walk them, the next few feet appear. The journey unfolds step by step. Inner guidance also reveals your true values, the qualities that give meaning to your life. When you listen inwardly, you discover what truly matters, not what society demands, not what others expect, but what resonates with your deeper essence. Acting from this center brings serenity, authenticity, and strength. As you tune into inner wisdom, you also detach from external validation. You stop seeking approval or fearing judgment. You begin to live from authenticity rather than conformity. This is liberation, the freedom to be yourself, guided by your own truth. Another profound aspect is that inner guidance deepens compassion. When you listen to your inner truth, you become more aware of the inner worlds of others. You sense their fears, hopes, and unspoken struggles. You approach life with a quieter ego, a softer heart, a more generous presence. Compassion becomes instinctive, not effortful. Inner guidance also helps you navigate challenges. When life is difficult, fear pushes you toward impulsive decisions. But inner wisdom invites patience, reflection, and grounded action. It reminds you that clarity arrives not through force, but through allowing. Over time, following inner guidance builds resilience. You begin to trust the unfolding of your life, even when the path is uncertain. You sense that difficulties are not punishments, but teachers. Every event becomes part of your evolution, and perhaps the most beautiful truth is this: inner guidance connects you to something larger than yourself. It is not the voice of the ego. It is the voice of the deeper mind, the awakened heart, the timeless awareness that permeates all existence. When you listen to it, you align not only with your own well-being, but with the harmony of life itself. Inner guidance becomes a spiritual compass. It points toward freedom, compassion, wisdom, and peace. It becomes the foundation of every choice, every step, every breath of your awakening journey. From this understanding arises the next great teaching: living your purpose, a life guided by truth, wisdom, and compassion. A life that flows not from fear or conditioning, but from the deepest calling of your heart.